sleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. And now you wanna see me fall. From a golden mile, I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it up, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. I'm going in. Fall into oblivion. Fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. I'm going in.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoted. My like a captive. I'm onto you. Used to pity my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger, Ain't no luck finding real love. Gotta know where to look. Time moves fast, and I've grown up. Yeah, I want to. Used to pity my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger, What can I do to make you stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger.
eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Collegiate R6 and welcome to the grand finals of the Winter 2020 Open League. We've got another championship match, and Chief, it is going to be a heater. My name is Jays Wills, and of course, I am joined on the desk once again by Chief. We are here to guide you through what should be an awesome matchup.
And today's battle will be Oklahoma State versus San Diego. So kind of the clash of titans. Both these rosters have shown that they are phenomenal and they're capable of winning. However, one of these teams has the upper hand. Oklahoma State hasn't lost a game in 2 seasons. I believe you're saying that stat line earlier.
Yep.
That is something incredibly impressive, and that is an asset in itself. And that type of mentality, that motivation can deliver them as the champion today.
Let me give you the rundown, Chief. Okay, we're going to take a step back and look at these two teams, all right? You've got Oklahoma State on one side. This is a team that has been through a lot in the last couple of weeks, and for that very reason has a couple of doubters. But this team, like you said, they have not lost a single CR6 game in 2 seasons. The fall, they won the championship match, and they're here defending their title once again, undefeated, the 5th seed coming out into the playoffs, but only undefeated teams above them in the overall seeding. But then last week, taking down Kettering in the semifinals, well, that proved that they are indeed the 1 seed. They are indeed the team to really look out for. On the other side of the bracket, UCSD, they call themselves Triton Siege, made a more interesting run through the bracket. They were the 14th seed coming in, a 3-1 regular season record. But they took down several big name teams along the way. The first was Northern Arizona, the second, Boston in the semifinals. That was the 2 seed that they were able to take on down. An upset victory, to say the least. But this team has come almost out of nowhere, has steamrolled their way through the playoffs, and, well, now they are the challengers, looking to be the first team to take down these defending champs in a long time. Let's take a look, Chief, at our map bands and actually see where we're going to end up doing action here tonight in this best of 5.
So with best of 5 series, you only can remove 1 map, and you're going to have to hope and pray that your map pool has 7 maps in it, because again, you can only guarantee 1 map being removed. One of the maps that everybody seems to dislike it, no matter what level you are, T3 and below, Theme Park is going to find themselves on the bad end of the stick. Now this could be a map that really complements those aggressive teams that like to put on these big shows where they put all their defense throughout the entire map. They're roaming, they're applying pressure every way. That map won't be showing today, but there might be other maps that can complement, such as Consulate, which we'll be seeing at some point since Coastline falls.
Yeah, it's a best of 5, so we're really going to dabble in every single map, at least if these two teams can keep it competitive going forward. With Coastline off the board, we're not going to see that frag-heavy map that actually Oklahoma State really brought out very recently in their strat book, a weapon they utilized against Kettering in that semifinal, Chief, as I'm sure you remember. But we're going to see Villa, our first pick. That's not too much of a surprise. The roam ability and the gunning that both Slash and Hyena, those two star fraggers on that Oklahoma State roster, are going to be looking to do. Villa is the perfect place for that. Oregon, that's going to be UCSD's pick. I think that'll complement their playstyle very well. We saw them go there during their semifinal as well, a map that they took down Boston very handily on.
Clubhouse is going to be our third map of the day, and another map that has received a little bit of changes recently. We've been seeing the ban phase start to change things up, and it's actually started to flood its way into other maps. Our second map, Oregon, has started to basically fall in the exact same line, the same type of bans that Clubhouse is. The final map of the T3 special will be Cafe, and then our decider, Consulate. And it's interesting. Theme Park gets banned, a map that people seem to not like, but also Consulate is in the same sphere of influence, but it's going to appear, but at that 5th round.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a while until we get to that point. We'll be 6 hours into this broadcast by that point if it actually goes that far. So we're going to see if it goes there. I mean, a lot of teams, a lot of players in the community and community members have really made their predictions known, and people do think that Oklahoma State has every advantage going into this battle. They've got their IGL back in their full-time roster. Hyena will be playing tonight, and UCSD hasn't looked super clean in the past. They did take down Boston quite easily, but also, Chief, we were there during that matchup, and things looked a little bit rocky for both of these teams. And to take down a team that hasn't lost a match in 2 seasons, anyone will tell you it takes more than just a smile. But I'm excited to get into this one, and honestly, I think we're ready to send it on in.
And we will be starting off with Villa. Now, hard breacher bans have become quite common. You can remove that Hibana, you can remove the Ace. You want to have an ability to shut down comfortable hard breaching. When you're doing it at a range, the attackers are extremely comfortable. You want to get them closer to your walls so you can start to get aggressive, going for these wide swings from this door frame, shutting down those also crucial hard breachers. But also, the Bane of Rainbow Six Siege is probably going to see himself in the exact same place. That is going to be the Thatcher, an operator that sends the EMP grenades down range. He removes all electronic gadgetry, turns them off for about 10 seconds, and there he goes. An incredible, important operator for the attackers, unable to participate.
Well, the biggest factor that I think Thatcher can have on Villa is it enables you to go for very direct and aggressive takes. If Thatcher's on the board, you go straight for study, you go straight for master, you get those sights on open, and you don't have to go for that elongated north to south or south to north clear. But the Jackal is off the board as well. Chief, seems like you had a bit of a reaction to that, and I got to agree. It is an interesting ban, and you're going to leave the Nomad on the board. You're going to leave that flank watch, that flank denial on the board, rather opting to remove, well, another oppressive roam, I guess, force for the attack.
Mira is going to also fall as well. Very standard ban. Then an information operator is most likely going to fall in the final. There he is. It's a Maestro. But he is an information operator with a slight twist. He will force the attackers to burn a lot of utility, such as his counterpart Valkyrie. She doesn't make you burn any utility unless you consider, bringing out an IQ. But if you have a Maestro in play, well, you're going to have to utilize explosive devices, particularly 2 of them. And they come at a high cost, because that means if you're utilizing the Ashe for her explosive abilities, well, that's 2 of her charges down. And if the defense is running a Melusi, if they're running a set of deployable shields, it is going to be a heavy weight on the attacking side. And looking right now, we have 3 shields. 2 of them have an explosive twist coming out of the Goyo, where they erupt from behind if you shoot the red canister, but also we have the 3 Melusi Wubwubs, and that is a lot that the attacker is going to have to deal with. But you have a Zofia in play with 2 impact grenades, you have the Ashe in play with the 3 breaching rounds, and you're going to have to hope that you brought a set of frag grenades, which the attackers didn't. They're going to have to be very conscious of what utility they want to destroy, because they can't destroy it all.
Well, Chief, I think a good focus is going to be, for at least for us, for at least the early rounds in this map, is going to be how quickly UCSD can get out to a good rhythm and set that pace that they will need to take down OK State on their very own map pick. Of course, this is OK State's map pick, so UCSD, they get to choose which side they want to start things off, and it is no surprise to see them elect for the defense. This is where you can expect to find many rounds, or at least more rounds, generally on this map, but you're going to have to do so right away. If you allow any attacking team, especially one as strong as Oklahoma State, to get early momentum, things will not be looking good for you down the line. We're going to see a little bit of vertical play, possibly tempted out here by Slash. He's going to be entering down in from the art studio and possibly opening up some angles from below. This is something we saw Akron do quite a bit of in the Premier Invite League finals as well. You put an Ash below, you open up a couple of angles onto the gun vault door, allowing your post plant to be so much easier. But you have to get there first. You have to complete all the rest of those checklist steps in order to get to that post plant, something we're going to have to see OK State try to do very early on.
Now, Slash has to be very careful where he walks because the defense of San Diego have already utilized vertical holes. They've put a bunch throughout the map, and they're in these high traffic areas. And if Slash doesn't have a drone in front of him, or if he's not looking towards the ceiling, he's going to find himself with a defender gun barrel right above him. And our first casualty will be the Zofia, but answered quickly back by the IGL of Hyena. So nice trades back and forth. But if you're a defender, you would gladly trade out that Jaeger for Zofia any single day, going back to the opportunity cost of utility, because two of those impact grenades have already been zapped away and no shields have been destroyed. That was an oversight and a little bit too aggressive for Oklahoma State, and they're going to have to find the back foot as a result.
Still is that 4v4, so they still have the manpower they need to make this happen, but this isn't shaping up to be much of a multifaceted attack. It's very one-directional, and Chow is gonna cut down Slash there. The headshot delivered, and that's gonna keep things even more in the defensive favor. UCSD, they're just gonna wait for OK State to push on in, something that OK State are still stalling out and struggling to do. You still have Konoma, Cosmic, and Hyena on the board. Your IGL, he's still calling things. He is still trying to coordinate a push from this south side. But as the time dwindles away and as the options continue to be elusive for OK State, you have to wonder exactly what kind of miracle they need at this point to get an execute going. Cosmic, he knows the position of the Malusi. That's going to be the Selma charge tossed on through in the line of sight established. But 20 seconds are all that remains, and with Konoma off the board, it's going to be a 2v4 execute.
They're going to have to start to flood into the bomb site, but they don't have the manpower to really do that. They're going to have to go for their ones, and like that, they just all crumble and fall. Oklahoma State loses their first round, and a good round by San Diego. However, we have to be kind of critical of how Oklahoma State ended up setting up their attack. They put all 5 of their players basically into one room over by study, and they said, good luck leaving that area. You're going to have to push as individuals, and as a result, they died as individuals. What would have happened if Oklahoma State rotated a player over to 90, which to their credit, they did, but they probably should have done it about 90 seconds sooner? Or what would have happened if they put more of their players over by red? Well, you would have been able to establish crossfires. You would have also been able to shut down the Malusi. They had the information with the drone. Instead, they elected to utilize it hard breach gadgetry. But if you kept her in that corner thinking, oh, you know, I'm safe, there's no way the attackers are going to swing me, she's correct. They're not going to swing you. They're going to shoot you from behind. That's the power of those crossfires. It can lull the defenders into this false sense of security.
I do really agree with you, Chief, in terms of that, the OK State mistakes, let's just say. It was, I suppose their style was enter into study and hope that UCSD is going to swing you and just give you free kills, but this team is too smart for that. They are not going to simply walk into your open arms, especially if they know exactly where you're positioned. So Oklahoma State definitely looking to make some changes down the line. Just based on their positioning of those drones, it does seem that they will be going for a more methodical take this time around. They've got their drones on that study side, which suggests a full south to north roam clear approach. To do that, though, they're going to have to force out Cryonax and AG Meow. That will be the Valkyrie and the Melusi, respectively, who are not only reinforcing, but they're going to be using quite a bit of utility and manpower to delay this push as much as they can. This is going to be the focus for probably the first 60 seconds of the round, because that is about how much time it should take a successful attack to clear out these players. For the defense, it is all about stalling out that clock, something that AG Meow will be doing here in games. But as you can see there, only one of those walls is reinforced, so if utility is utilized appropriately, this long angle could be established, and the Melusi could be goodbye. And Slash is going to make that happen, swinging on in with the R4C and cutting down AG Meow.
One of the problems with this style of defense, you can get absolutely obliterated with no way of rotating back. And even if San Diego had a way of rotating back, well, they would have been pressured by Hyena over by 90. Their option was going down the red stairs, but that option evaporated quickly since there were members of the attacking team Oklahoma State over by Study. So you're going to have to guarantee you win gunfights, which means you put yourself in position to swing. But as soon as San Diego State just kind of bury themselves over in a wall, you're just not going to win that. Now it's going to be on Oklahoma State. They're going to have to start to make rotations over to the east side of the map, over by Master Bedroom. They can't fall in the exact same fallacy that they did in round number 1. It is imperative that you set up crossfires. And it's also imperative that you utilize that flank watch as well as those air jabs, because there is somebody named Room flanking you from behind.
Pudgy Wudgy will be doing his best to apply pressure from the site itself. That's going to give the Jaeger the opportunity to flank, but Room just could not make it happen. Cosmic shutting that down well. Ooh, a great shot from Pudgy Wudgy onto the head of Inception, but that's not going to be for too much longer. Anoma, he's going to cut him down, and OK State will find attacking success in round number 2, this time characterized by a methodical clear and something that UCSD just could not counter.
Yeah, it seemed like UCSD did not have a contingency plan as soon as they got surrounded. And their contingency plan was kind of just sit back, relax, and die. That's not an option you have. You have to play with your 2 players over on that side. Swing together and hope that you can utilize your man advantage against the attackers. Because let's say there is one attacker holding over by Stunny. Well, you can utilize those 2 defenders over in Plains and Games. You swing that player in Study, utilize a temporary man advantage, you either gun him down or you directly trade him. Now you try to retreat over in through the zombie door, and fortunately for you, you have another fellow defender by those red stairs. So then you also have that other defender go for the swing, and there might be members of the attacking team trying to aggressively take that refrag, and you can catch them off guard. Now San Diego is going to reattempt this exact same bomb site, and hopefully they put a little bit more rotations over the Plains and Games side to give them that extra fluidity and that extra ability to work together as a team.
Well, Chief, it's time for the Blackbeard, it appears. It's round number 3, so Slash has deemed this the appropriate time to ditch the Ash and the copious amount of utility that she brings to the table, instead choosing to slap a shield in front of his face and hoping that can help him win gunfights. But we've casted a number of OK State matches, and as unfortunate as it may be, Blackbeard is a staple op for Slash. He brings the Blackbeard DMR, he walks into sight, and honestly, he just mows people on down. That's exactly what Chow is attempting to do here. He's going to be flirting in this master bedroom side, a couple of peeks from the windows, but the pre-fire through that south side window, that's going to alert OK State to the position, and they are going to be a bit more careful with this take. This time, however, Inception will not be joining the team on that south side clear. Nobody will, in fact. It's going to be a vertical take, possibly, and something of an aggressive style of play. Slash cutting down Cryonax will now alert every defender to the intent of OK State, but they're going to have to capitalize on that soon, because with this intense pressure mounting and the knowledge, the information now in the hands of OK State, they're going to be able to act on that information quite soon.
I wouldn't have shown my hand so soon if I was Oklahoma State. I would have still opened up study and kind of put the facade that, hey, I have the option of pushing towards study, or I could do this right now. They put all their manpower over towards the northeast, and you can immediately see UCSD catch wind of that, and they will, in turn, put their manpower over towards the northeast. Now, it didn't work out for them because they found themselves in the exact same pitfall they did in round 2. Burying a defender in a room where he can't rotate from. The doors are just too far away. He either goes for the sprint trying to run away. He'll lose his life because there's 3 attackers downrange. He goes for the gunfight. He maybe can get a refrag, but that's just not the high likelihood. And he's still going to die in that situation. We need to see UCSD play together a little bit more as a team. And if they're doing these roams, it means it's a duo roam for here on out.
Well, since the vertical pressure was successful, now the majority of OK State has rotated around to the master side. That's Save Inception, who's working his way up these Astro stairs. Cosmic will cut down Chow. The pick's gonna rain on in for OK State as Slash finds another. And it's gonna be Room Room and Pudgy Wudgy, all that remains. Room Room is the Malusi coming up on the flank. Inception has no idea, and he will lose his life because of it. It was in fact Pudgy Wudgy who found that kill. But the swing comes in, and Slash will find, what is that, his 4th kill on the round? Maybe his 3rd or 4th. That was incredible play from OK State, opting for aggression, opting to allow their gun skill to shine, and in round number 3, it sure did.
And also, that's kind of complimentary of UCSD for realizing where the push was coming from. But about at the halfway mark of the round, it seemed like they had no idea where Oklahoma State was. We saw the Jaeger stand up, sprint to his vertical holes over by the Astro stairs, and directly challenging that, not knowing that there is an attacker sitting on the top of those stairs and 2 more attackers in the bathroom. And honestly, at the 90-second mark, the likelihood of an attacker not being there is so low. That type of tunnel vision is just a mistake that you cannot be making at this level of siege. And also, members of San Diego want to swing as individuals. You can say that over and over again, but at some point during these rounds, we're going to have to identify that, you know, if we play as a team, we can win as a team. But if you're a 5-man roster playing as individuals, that's going to be difficult. And Villa is a map that is known for these big roams. And if you couple that with 2 defenders, it's so much better for you.
Yeah, it's odd that the roam game hasn't actually been working out too well for UCSD. We're not seeing OK State go for methodical clears every round. They just did it in round number 2 so far. But this time, they look like they'll be doing it again. You've got AG Meow. He's going to be the first player to really get in their way, and he's going to be holed up in the bathroom for the time being. But to see how effective this hold is going to be from the Jaeger, that is going to be a good indicator of this defensive success, because it seems that OK State have found a little bit of their attacking groove since the loss in round 1, and they'll be looking to do so again by mounting the pressure from this bathroom side. Hyena out the window. He spotted the Jaeger, and he will cut him on down. AG Meow didn't even have time to react. Good drone work there. Good use of information and coordination from OK State. That's going to give them the first kill. And Chief, you said this just 1 round ago, that UCSD cannot be playing these extended roams all alone, but it seems like they did so again.
And even if you're going to play it alone, make sure you have an escape avenue. And I'm not going to sugarcoat that. AG Meow's play there was dumb. That is a mistake that he should never make. He's a far smarter player than that, and that is just something you cannot be doing at this level of siege. Just being blatant. He had a yellow ping on him for about 5 seconds to 10 seconds. And sure, you can say, oh, the yellow ping system is broken. However, that's just a mechanic of the game. You're going to have to get used to it. And micro positioning like that is going to catch you off guard every single time. You have to guarantee yourself an escape route. I've been saying that for the past 3 rounds, and San Diego has yet to make that adaptation. Now, in their defense, they still have 1 more member off site, and it could work out for them. However, that Malusi has just been cut off on a well-placed flank drone, and Room is going to have to either change up his positioning or either go for the swing. Either one of those options is going to be high risk.
The last time we saw Room on a similar extension His play, it didn't really work out because he left his team on an island. He left the site very unprotected, and by the time he came back, the site control was already forfeit, and there was nothing much he could do. The one bullet he chose to let fly from that MP5 is going to reveal his position. It doesn't seem to matter, at least for Konoma's sake, because one will be cut down. Chow with the C4 finds two, and a swing will net the next kill. Hyena is down but not out. Goodbye Inception, and all of a sudden, Chow is going to close it out and take down Hyena. And UCSD come out of nowhere and absolutely obliterate a one-sided attacking push.
And that's exactly what they needed to do. They didn't do any of these crazy roam plays other than the initial oopsie that happened with the Jaeger. They did a calm, cool, collective defense where they had plenty of utility. They knew exactly where the attackers were coming from. If they got pressured, they would call for help. They would spin their utility. And, even Malusi, Room, a little bit too aggressive on the trigger, but if he had better trigger discipline, it would have worked. Nonetheless, they were still able to win that round. So that is a perfect way of executing a defense on this map. They're just going to have to apply that style of philosophy over to their other bomb sites. They've been struggling on Trophy, which is going to prompt them to bring out that tertiary bomb site. Now, fortunately for them, they can utilize what they acquired on planes and games up here. You reinforce all of the triple wall on the master bedroom side. You put 2 or 3 of your defenders upstairs by Deer, one of them looking towards 90. And when you start to get pressured by the attackers, you swing together. You have a rotation over by the Astro side to the north side of the map. You can either drop the hatch. You can drop that one skyline. You can even leave through red or 90. Those are most likely to be watched or covered by a flank drone. They're going to have flexibility. And they've shown flexibility in the previous round. So here we go. What adaptations will they make?
Well, the Capcan is being brought out from UCSD. This is not the most staple Siege competitive operator, but if there's any map and any site you're going to see it on, it's going to be this tertiary bomb site on Villa. The reason is the C4. There's 4 nitro cells on the table, and, well, Chief, I'll let you call that what you will.
Nitrocell Bonanza.
Nitro Cell Bonanza. That's exactly what we're going to see. All 4 defenders eventually will be looking to position themselves on the bomb site, toss those C4s on up to the master bedroom, where the attackers will likely establish the vertical pressure. But again, OK State defying expectations early on in the round. They're all approaching from this living room side, going for a more unorthodox style. The difference that has to be made here for UCSD is how quickly they will identify this take. It is a full one-sided horizontal take from OK State. How quickly will they identify this and shut it down? Within the next 30 seconds, they will soon realize that no holes are being opened from above. As a result, not only can San Diego hold the vertical play themselves, but they can refocus their attention onto the horizontal take that OK State are bringing out. An interesting and high-risk decision, but if they can catch UCSD off guard here, it could work out very well.
So we've actually seen this strategy become more and more popular. It used to be so outlandish. The thing is, too many attackers have fallen to nitro cells flying sky high. At the end of the day, attackers are like, you know what, we're going to change things up. We're no longer going to push that direction. We're going to take the fight directly to those defenders. And Zofia is going to do that. Unfortunate to him, he's going to lose his life. Rumor will be credited with that kill. And Slash is now going to also fall into vertical holes. That's the problem with the linear execute. You never deal with the players sitting above. And you still have to apply some type of pressure, at minimum, at least opening up a window, forcing one of your attackers on upside down repel by Astro. None of those adaptations were being made by Hyena, and as a result, he's going to have to now fight this battle with a man disadvantage.
Well, Pudgy Wudgy's going to find one. The flank from Chow, or really just the Astro Stairs presence, is going to result in the death of Cosmic, and Hyena is all that remains. The potato fest that ensues will result in Room taking the gunfight for his own and taking the round for UCSD. Another well thought out and well executed defensive performance from San Diego. And now they're only 1 round away from the much coveted 4-2 split. Against a team like OK State, you really want to get 4 defensive rounds under your belt. because going to that attacking half can get so dicey at the end of the day. But right now, at least what UCSD are showing is no matter the unorthodox plays that OK State are bringing to the board, it seems that UCSD have a counter for it. It was only when OK State ran defaults that they really weren't able to deal with it. I think OK State should probably realize that soon, but for now, the story is UCSD. They just have the edge.
And that was a perfect adaptation being made by San Diego. They had murder holes all on the top floor, and if an attacker worked anywhere near Big Ben, you can see the crossfires. There were 3 of them. All those white tracers intersected at one point, and the attackers just crumbled under that. And I have to give credit to Hyena. He is a strong IGL. He's kind of identifying how the defenders are playing. He's trying to create a counter strategy on the fly and try to break down these defenders. However, in round 5, that adaptation that he called just wasn't quite right. He still needed to apply some of that pressure on that top floor. And at minimum, you don't necessarily need to directly counter and challenge those defenders. But for example, if you were to send a hard breacher upstairs like your ace, opening up that triple wall, well, now you have a nice deep line of sight over into deer. And those defenders are going to be a little bit less comfortable utilizing those vertical holes. Now you've broken down that wide swing from the defenders, at least one of them. There's still 2 of them, but, you know, I'd rather take a gunfight from 2 than 3.
Well, right now, it seems the information game is aplenty for San Diego. You've got Cryonax on the Valkyrie, and those Valcams have identified the push from this south side. The difference that UCSD have made from their previous defense on this trophy and statuary site is they're not going to leave somebody isolated on that extension towards that aviator or game side. The C4 will be the same, and this time it will get Konoma nearly cut on down. It is Chow who will remove Slash, the Blackbeard, from play, who was pushing up 90 Hall. Room again, the staple roamer for this defense, is making his presence felt, and now rotating below, and only needs to put 1 bullet into the back of the Nomad. He will do so, and goodbye, Konoma.
Somehow not punished on the aggression downstairs, and San Diego is in a perfect position to win this round. They just can't get too aggressive on flank. Watch, Hyena's caught wind of somebody rotating up the southmost stairs. The yellow ping will go off. And fortunately for Room, he's going to retreat into a different buffer room. But now he's going to find himself in a position. Does he want to go for the swing? Yes, he will. He goes for the sprint challenge, now losing his life. It's a step in the right direction for the attacking team of Oklahoma State. However, there's only 2 of them remaining, and the diffuser has been surrendered over by Lamp.
Well, with that pick, it's going to get pretty brutal for Hyena, and the nade in the hand. Not going to allow the gun to be up, and no shots will be exchanged, with AG Meow carrying the 416 and bringing UCSD that 4-2 split. They have taken the lead here on map number 1, something that they should definitely be proud of here. They've taken at least the momentum of OK State, and rather they've used it against them. They've allowed OK State to pull out all the unorthodox strategies they want, but it just doesn't matter. That's 3 rounds in a row now for UCSD, and they show no signs of stopping. It's Oklahoma State who are the ones who really need to make a bit of a change here. They're on the back foot. Of course, it's Villa. It's defensive-sided generally at the collegiate level. But we're going to have to see how OK State can respond, because even for the teams with the strongest of mental games, a 2-round deficit and a couple of very easy rounds, it seems, for UCSD, that'll get in your head time and time, here and there.
So we're going to be seeing a Blackbeard in play for Room. Is this in response to Oklahoma State? Is it their own, reverse Uno card where they say, you brought the Blackbeard, an operator that we deem cheap, so we're going to apply the exact same style of pressure. Now, it's interesting that they're electing to utilize different primary weapons. We saw the DMR originally from Slash, and now it is going to be the Scar for Room. You can make arguments to why both of those guns are better. The DMR has the ability to open up hatches, it can shoot barricades down quicker, and it can also make larger holes in walls. However, it is cumbersome, awkward, and since the single fire DMR, it's not the greatest gun to use in a gunfight, particularly if it's in close quarters. Konoma is getting very aggressive, almost lighting one up, but unable to actually make the connection. But going back to the Scar, it doesn't have a strong rate of fire, but at least it's fully automatic. You have 21 bullets in the magazine, and you do have an angled grip and not long-range optics. You only have access to 1.5 times sight, so it just comes down to personal preference at the end of the day.
Yeah, seeing the Blackbeard come out on this site, it's not all that surprising. And, you know, the way many teams will play Blackbeard, or at least opt to bring a Blackbeard, is only if the opponent brings it out as well. You usually allow the other people to compromise their morals first, and at that point, then bringing the Blackbeard is okay. Konoma, he's going to be the first player out of this round. That was going to be a brilliant push from UCSD. They had a push from top of Astro, and the flank there from Cryonax, cutting down the ability of the Valkyrie to rotate away. Room has worked his way up into the classical hallway here, and Inception nearly got his head taken clean off, but now he's actually caught between a rock and a hard place here. He's got somebody watching his runaway towards the classical direction, and he's got a team, a full team, working their way in from that trophy side. Not to mention, the pressure from below is mounting as well. That's Cryonax who's putting some pressure from there. Inception, he's still going to remain stalwart in this hallway. You're crossing that 90-second mark, and so for UCSD, this is pretty good progress. They have the man advantage, and they have the positioning, not to mention, seems to have the upper hand in every single gunfight. Hyena going to lose out on that one, and losing about 40 HP for his troubles.
Still, the 90 pressure can be the bane of the attacking roster of UCSD. They're going to have to deal with this as soon as possible. And you have a perfect way of dealing with it. Rotate one of your attackers over to the 90 window, and now you have a 3-lane crossfire, and Inception is just never going to win that gunfight. And here comes that adaptation. Room has rotated on over. He has called in for the Ash, but she wasn't there. And she did find one. That was Hyena doing the double swing, but she should have been able to collect another one. Trying to find one over Gunvault. HP being lost by Cosmic. He's going to re-swing that angle, now losing his life. It's a 4v5. Cryonex in the bomb site, trying to deal with the Jaeger, but he will not be able to. Now making that a 1v4. Cho is now down, but not out. Your Heart Breacher doesn't really need her utility anymore. It's just going to come down to putting the bomb on the deck, and Inception's going to have to find the scoreboard 4 more times.
For post plant for the Jaeger, it's not going to be the easiest of situations, to say the least, especially with UCSD just playing these passive angles, happily waiting for Inception to walk on in. The swing comes in from Room, and the headshot does as well. And UCSD will make a statement on their first attacking round.
Yeah, that round, I think, playing out for Oklahoma State was like, all right, we're going to have offsite pressure. We're going to have our Valkyrie roaming throughout the map, and we're going to find the opening kill. And after that, we're just going to retreat back to our bomb site and hang out. The thing about that was Valkyrie never found the opening kill, unless you consider her life being forfeit into the attacking team of UCSD, where she became the opening kill. And then defenders kind of sat very patiently, either on their bomb site or near their bomb site in a buffer room, just trying to delay time. However, if you have all of your eggs in one basket, it's pretty easy to just start to pick them up one by one and break them down. You still need to expand your bomb site out a little bit more. And that's a perfect opportunity to bring out deployable shields, and multiple ones at that. That adaptation will be made perfectly by Oklahoma State, as it's going to be the Goyo now shown. This will allow the defenders to swing out of that westmost door by the classical hallway. If Inception gets buried over a 90, now Hyena can make a swing in good faith with cover. If they get pressure from the south side, the same thing can be replicated. You can swing and cover your teammates a little bit more.
Well, the 5-2 lead that UCSD now hold is a fantastic lead, I've got to say. They just took one attacking round, and I think that was something that Oklahoma State were not expecting at all. They're genuinely very, very successful on defense on this particular site, on that bomb site as well. So much so that they're going to head back to the same bomb site for the second time here tonight. It's round number 8, and if UCSD are able to take this round, that's going to be huge. That's going to be a victory. Only one round away on Oklahoma State's bomb site, or map pick rather. That would be extraordinary and a fantastic way to send a message early in this championship match to take down these reigning champions. Cryonax is doing the exact same thing he did just one round ago, but this time it appears that one player is aware of that. But the red ping is there, so is the pre-fire. But it's a double swing for both Konoma and Hyena. You got a roaming Goyo in play, and that will result in a kill onto the Ash this time. And finally, Oklahoma State will have the man advantage early in the round.
So it is apparent in round 7 that they did want to get aggressive and utilize that Valkyrie to get the opening duel. And I have to say, ingenious play by Oklahoma State. I don't think anybody from UCSD realized that there are multiple roamers off site, particularly 2 of them within like 1 square meter of each other. So a great play to have there. Room gets too aggressive. He's going to find himself on the bad end of an explosive shield. It erupts right in front of him. Not only does his face shield get removed from his body, the only reason that he's alive and survived the explosion, but he's going to find himself at below 50 HP. A Nitro Cell will go off in his face again, but not close enough to actually dish out damage. It will kill one of his drones, so it's going to be a little less information that UCSD can utilize.
You've also got another Nitro Cell below. That's Konoma, who's going to be applying that pressure. It seems that the OK State attacking strategy, taking some vertical on this bomb site, well, they want to do the same thing on defense. You've got Konoma from below. He's watching that study to aviator door, the position where it seems that 4 attackers are eager to walk right on in from. You've got Chow. This will be the Hibana who's using those pellets on that wall. And here comes the push. Straight in the double door. Konoma has no answer for that. Some shots are delivered, but it's in fact Room who gets one. The C4 finally finds its target, but the plant is going down. The Toxic Babes do not connect. And Inception, he's not going to quite see the whole face of the Hibana. The headshot connects for Chow, and it's going to be a 2v3 retake situation. Pudgy, Wudgy, and Chow have to hold this one off. Pudgy's going to take the swing, finds one. Pudgy gets one, and Chow gets the follow-up immediately, and that's going to place Hyena in a 1v2. The tides have turned in this post plant, with the defenders having to swing everything. With Chow on the ground, it's a 1v1. Pudgy Wudgy has the hold, but no! Hyena, he's going to go for the finishing the kill on the down player, and Pudgy Wudgy will win it on out.
The deployable shield over in the zombie door lost Oklahoma State the round. I saw that shield being placed down. I was like, oh, that's an interesting shield. I wonder what they're going to utilize it for. Maybe they're going to have like a, Jack-in-the-Box style strategy where you have a defender in the door frame. They're going to stand up when they spot somebody over. That seems to be a risky strategy because you can get swung in from study. So maybe you're going to be playing it a little bit more passive with somebody over by the gun vault. Well, you find yourself in that exact situation. All right, then it has to be utilizing, destroying utility. You're trying to bait out attacker utility. All right, that's fair. If they're going to come in doing a roam clear all the way for master bedroom, they're going to spot that shield and they're going to have to destroy it. However, that shield was shot in from behind because the attackers took from study. They knew that there's nobody pressuring there, and they didn't need to destroy it. A nice sprint into the bomb site will allow the attackers to go for a plant behind the gun vault door, and they don't have to ever worry about a defender pushing in through zombie, because not only are they going to make a vault sound animation, it's also going to take a second to vault that, and you can have your attackers swing from study and alleviate that power position. A huge oversight by Oklahoma State. And as a result, they're going to find themselves at the scoreboard at 2-6 as we go into match point on map 1.
We are sitting at a very surprising point very early in this best of 5. I mean, I don't think anybody expected it would be 6-2 from UCSD on Villa. It appears that OK State just haven't found their usual stride. They haven't found any sort of answer for even the defensive presence and now the attack from San Diego. One round is all that UCSD needs here to take away OK State's map pick and start off this best of 5 championship match with a bang. But if, Chief, there's anything we know about OK State, it's the fact that they love their one round at a time mentality. They are masters at their craft of coming back from extreme deficits, and they are going to have to channel some of that energy again here, now that we're sitting on match point. Konoma, he's going to lose out in that gunfight. Not losing his life, but losing most of his HP. Not the way, at least, he wanted to start out this defensive hold. Again, it's an extension. It's an aggressive hold coming out here from OK State. And Konoma is forced to fall back. The Ashe doing Ashe main things. That's Cryonax, who's going to just shift walk on in through the basement and will take out one. The silenced R4C seems to be doing wonders for this Ashe main here, and that is going to give UCSD the man advantage on match point now.
And your statement of Ashe doing Ashe things couldn't have been more accurate. Did you notice that Cryonax spawned in with the diffuser, left it in spawn, and forced Hibana to rotate on over? That wasted 40 seconds. Hibana didn't even get close to the building until 50 seconds were spent. That type of kind of selfish oversight could cost Oklahoma State the round, simply because time will start to compound. And that wasted time that, well, the primary droner was unable to drone or do anything other than retrieve the diffuser could cost them. But it is a 6-man lobby. Each one of these rosters have 3 members of their team left alive and standing. They still have some of that utility, but they're going to have to make sure they land it true, and Cryonax may have just made a big drone error, not confirming Legion, hiding behind the tree.
Hyena is going to capitalize on that very mistake. He's going to cut down Cryonax. That's going to leave Chow in a 1v3 opportunity. 45 seconds to go, but the response from Oklahoma State since that early round has been tremendous. It's going to have to be a miracle for the Hibana, and an M590 will greet her around the corner. Inception will pull it on out, and Oklahoma State will maintain their life in map number 1 so far. But, Chief, they are not out of it yet by any means.
They still have their life force left in them, and that's a great place to be. Now, that since they've won trophy, what bomb site are you going to go to? You've lost Aviator games twice, and you just won your one and only bomb site. That's going to be trophy. So you're going to have to bring out something different, and that different will be the tertiary bomb site of dining room and kitchen. Not quite the extremism that we saw earlier. It's going to be 3 sets of nitro cells instead of the 4. They're going to be running that traditional smoke still. So you can place that smoke in so many different places. You want to put them behind Jenga and send those smoke grenades towards the jukebox or the square couch. You have that option. The attackers end up pressuring in from the pantry side of the map. You have that option of saying smoke grenades. Same thing with the China as well as in Memo. But the thing is that smoke is going to be very vulnerable to the vertical pressure, which is going to be incredibly important that those nitro cells land true, or you play aggressive enough on that top floor that you prevent any of the attacker vertical pressure coming from. But we're not going to see a sledge in play when an operator that is designed perfectly for removing ceilings ahead of defenders. It is going to be a fuse. A man that sends explosive hockey pucks downrange.
10 seconds remaining.
This is an odd lineup. You have the Fuse and the Blackbeard. Usually you'll just opt for one of those more unusual picks. Fuse, definitely a viable operator on this site, but why not add a sledge to the mix? You don't really need a Blackbeard here, especially when 50% of the fights you're going to be taking are from above. Not to mention the nades that sledge will be able to bring and force out those anchors even more. In addition to this top hold, that could be a serious missed opportunity for UCSD here. But they've proved that the Blackbeard pick works just fine. And Room finding 6 kills so far, really spreading the love around this entire team, is going to be looking to make that Fuse work out well. Cosmic took a bit of early damage, but nothing fatal, and we can see the intentions of UCSD seem to be clear. They're going to be approaching from this master side, opting to remove any sort of top presence that Oklahoma State are bringing to the table. Konoma, he's one of those vertical extended defenders.
So Mozzie Pest as well as those Mute Jammers are going to be very difficult for the attacking team of UCSD to take control of the map. Their drones are going to have to bypass them by sacrificing them to those Mozzie Pests, or you're going to have to go for the shooting of those pests. And that's when it becomes quite dangerous. You're going to have to expose your entire body into the door frame, and a well-placed defender will capitalize on and kill you. However, it's the reverse card, as Room is the well-placed attacker, just swinging for the fences. Inception, the Mozzie caught completely off guard, looking the wrong way and while on his cameras. There goes the smoke grenades that were highlighting earlier. Room will take a little bit of damage, but 10 seconds of time wasting have been utilized for the defensive side of Oklahoma State.
Well, it seems that the macro strategy for UCSD is the crouch walk into every single angle. You've got AG Meow who just crouch walked up the red stairs. That's going to catch Konoma off guard. Cronax lines up a double and a triple kill. And UCSD will take round 10 and they will take map 1. Nobody expected this.
Well, UCSD has been the underdog story. Everybody has said they're not capable of winning. They're not capable of victory. But they're starting to pave their way one step closer to being victorious here in the grand finals. Now, this is a best of 5. It's far too early to assume anything, but taking a map against Oklahoma State and Oklahoma's map pick as well is brilliant.
Yeah, that is quite a way to kick off this best of 5 on Villa especially. Not only is it Oklahoma State's map pick, because you got to pick some maps down the line in a best of 5 that you may not like so much. But I know for a fact that Oklahoma State love Villa as a map. And to see them just have very little traction on both the attacking and the defensive side especially, not something you would expect to see from them at all, and something we're going to have to talk a lot about down the line. We are going to take just a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, we've got map 2, we've got Oregon for everyone to witness, but until then, we will be right back.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to CR6 here in another grand finals. Currently, UCSD up 1-0 in this bracket against Oklahoma State. And to make that story a little bit more sweeter, San Diego beat Oklahoma State on their best map of Villa. My partner today, of course, you already know him. He doesn't need an introduction, but Jay-Z is joining me. My name is Chief Cast, of course, CDC and Max in the production booth today.
Well, Chief, it was an interesting map one to witness, and honestly, I can't wait to see how Oklahoma State responds on San Diego's map pick. We very well could be in for what I call the collegiate special, where you take your opponent's map pick pretty much every time. Oklahoma State, they love to do that. They are adamant to really just take the match as long as humanly possible. I suppose it is a best of 5, and Oklahoma State's involved. We've got to expect this one to go the distance. I mean, that's just how it goes sometimes. But regardless, it is indeed surprising, the outcome of map number 1. And UCSD, they looked pretty strong for the most part. They obviously had a couple of mistakes, but the mistakes from OK State really were the predominant factor in that game. And that's not to say that UCSD didn't earn their victory. It's quite the contrary. They played so well, in fact, that the mistakes of Oklahoma State really just showed so much more than they would have otherwise. It takes quite a good team to punish those mistakes, and well, UCSD did exactly that. They found a win on a tough map to do so. They shut down Slash, they shut down Hyena, and well, they'll be looking to do so again on Oregon, their own map pick.
Now transitioning over into Oregon, you can utilize more or less the same style of strategies, having offsite pressure. You can have offsite pressure that's vertical. You make those linear holes that you made on Villa, and you can cut down basically every single insertion point that you have. Now also remember, Oklahoma State would end up banning Jackal, and why did they end up losing so many rounds? Because of that offsite roam pressure. So this is a perfect opportunity to allow Jackal back into the map pool and into the map itself. And also, if you know anything about me, I hate Jackal bans with a passion.
I've heard, especially on Oregon, in fact. I remember a particular Chief rant where you went, why in the world would you possibly ban Jackal? It's a waste of a ban. It was really good to hear, actually. And it has since shaped my opinion of the operator. And I guess we'll see if it shaped these teams' opinion as well. You've got the Thatcher ban, and the second ban, well, that's going to be the Capitao. A very unusual ban. Interesting. I'm not sure how to feel about that one, Chief.
So, all right. Capitao doesn't get played a lot on this map. However, if he were to be played on this map, he would be so powerful. I mean, Wamais aren't as common as they used to be. And let's say you're trying to push North Attic of Dorps. Well, there's somebody playing over in Pit. I have a solution to you. You send fire bolts downrange. You have somebody playing over in Pillars behind the deployable shields. Your solution is to burn him alive. You send fire bolts downrange. So he has a lot of utility that he can bring. However, we also have to keep in mind what he doesn't bring. He was in the meta when he had flashbangs. He ends up losing his flashbangs in favor of a pocket, hard breach charge, and all of a sudden he falls out of the meta. And it just maybe he can't participate enough. Sure, we're no longer in utility consumption simulator, but if we incorporate Wamais, we incorporate Jaegers, he still has to break down those crucial ADS and pancakes.
Honestly, the point you made at the very beginning of that statement, the fact that if Capitao were to be played, he would be incredible. I mean, that is kind of the story for that operator in many maps in this game. Capitao is in my opinion at least, a seriously undervalued operator. On Clubhouse, that's one of the few maps where you really do see him played. That's one of the maps where you do see a Capitao ban, at least at the highest levels of Siege, because professionals realize the impact and the absolute power that the Brazilian operator can have on really the way the entire round unfolds. Those firebolts, they allow you to force out hard stuck anchors in certain positions immediately without having to use a lot more utility, especially if a Wamai is not on the board. If you ban that as well, that can really make Capital the strongest attacking operator imaginable. But we do have that Wamai in play. We do have Konoma starting things off on that role. And we have Oklahoma State starting things off on defense and electing to do so on the basement bomb site. Room, he's going to be bringing out the Blackbeard once again. Seems to be the staple operator and one of those operators that unify both of these attacking teams in terms of their overall macro strategy.
I mean, you want to win your gunfights, you bring out the Blackbeard, but he doesn't give you any utility. He has one set of flashbangs. If he didn't have those flashbangs, it would be impossible to justify him at all in your setup and your attacking lineup. Hyena is flirting with death if he doesn't know it as of now. There's somebody sitting outside his bus cam window. However, that was the Jackal, who's now rotated to a completely different position. He still has 3 of his Inox scanners, and if he finds an insertion point on this map, he can actually grab the feet of anybody who's roaming around this map. He'll have some type of information depending on how long those feet have been on the floor for, and then they can go for the strategy of dealing with that pressure.
Well, Pudgy Wudgy, he seems content to focus on the site, at least for the time being. He's going to be using that Surrey torch and doing the Mavericks good work. Now, the Electro Claw will be removed from the hatch, and it will be opened up wide. That's going to be the E-box pressure that Pudgy Wudgy is looking to establish. Generally, that is combined with a J-bunker push or a tower side push to give you the traction from that north side of the basement site. But before then, it seems that Hyena is going to be the player standing in between San Diego and an Execute. A couple of shots will be exchanged, but Room nor Hyena will take much in the way of damage. The bulletproof shield working wonders as always for the Blackbeard. Konoma, he's going to contest this as well and make sure that Room can't get quite comfortable at any position he chooses to take up. With the 60-second mark now come and gone, it's going to be a J-bunker push now for UCSD. We can see the pressure mounting, the drop in E-box, the Execute soon to be arriving.
They're still going to need to actually open up the E-box for the attacking side, whether or not it's just a small line to apply pressure, and there is the pressure answering it back. The attacking team of UCSD able to find 2, but immediately refrag. Now Room is dead and unable to participate. The Blackbeard, one of your best insertion points and one of the operators designed to win gunfights, will be unable to do so for the remaining round. Just 22 seconds left, and it's going to be in a very bad position, particularly with Hyena rotating down the stairs. He alerted the attacking team earlier on with the impact grenade, but somehow still able to win his one gunfight. Now over to a post plant. 43 seconds left. Hyena with control of Blue Bunker. He might know where they are. Challenging into J, losing his life. Now a 1v2. The HP is more or less the size of Slash until he loses that with a sprint challenge. Pudgy Wudgy cleans him up. And the attacking roster of UCSD able to take round 1.
A surprising turn of events. Oklahoma State, that looked quite poor in terms of the overall last-minute site hold. Hyena, he found 1 kill and then decided to send himself into a couple of gunfights. The information just wasn't there. The position of the Nomad just did not seem to be known or at least communicated to Hyena. Slash, he also fell victim to the same shift challenge. He ran straight on through E-box in that 1v2 when he had a viable position to hold. There was no angle on the default plant spot in supply room. He could have backed out to freezer. He could have held the default spot, looking through the soft wall facing J-bunker. There were a lot of other things he could have done. The micro positioning, even that is not working out for Oklahoma State right now. Normally, with just 1 round in the favor of the attacking team on Oregon, you wouldn't read into it too much, but I'm combining this with what we just saw on Villa. It seems that nothing is clicking for Oklahoma State right now. Slash, he was able to find 2 kills, so maybe that's exactly what they need here. Maybe they need Slash to start lighting up the scoreboard. But for UCSD's attack, that was very promising. Despite being down early on, despite the time and the actual momentum that the attack was building to be relatively none, they pulled out the round in a series of 1v1 gunfights, and there was no answer on the defensive side at all.
So we're gonna have to see a single hard breacher be utilized by the attacking side, and it's going to be that Maverick. He has to be very careful with his HP. He elected to just send it on the hatch. However, I think players have forgotten the old trick to bypass that. Instead of just drawing one line, you draw two lines in the same position, because the hatches don't fall away because you've cut around them. And if you remember, they will still have vertical lines or horizontal lines if you don't do it properly. They lose their life due to HP, just like a person would. However, Hyena collects 2, unable to be droned down, and more members of the attacking team. It's just going to constantly flood him over in the kitchen side. It's a bloodbath. Everybody's going to be buried here, and it seems like UCSD has decided they no longer want to deal with this anymore, and Hyena's going to sit back, relax, and see if more people want to dry peek his door frame.
Hyena, he really should get out of here now. There's no reason for him to be holding this position. He found 2 kills, he's low HP, any 1v1 gunfight, he's gonna lose at this point. He needs to just get back to site, play with the team, hang out, have a little powwow on the bomb site itself. It's a free round at this point. It's a 5v3. UCSD have done nothing in the way of momentum. Of course, they've lost not the most vital of utility-focused operators, the Blackbeard and the Jackal. That's not too big of a deal. Of course, you're losing out on some smoke, but you still have the Zofia on the board, and you still have the Maverick, but the men advantage at this point should be overwhelming. You cannot attack this basement bomb site unless you're able to get a couple of kills before then, and if Oklahoma State can play this safe, there's no reason to suspect why they cannot take this round. Cosmic, he will solidify that, cutting down Chow and continuing to pour on that man advantage. Pudgy Wudgy, he's looking for the response. A couple of pot shots taken over towards the freezer, but nothing is going to land, and nor will the traction for UCSD. The minute mark come and gone, and really, this should be a round in wrap up for Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State can't get too aggressive, though. They have the man advantage. They have the time advantage, too. You sit back and wait for the attacking team just to push in and try to plant the bomb. If they go for the default plant, while you swing in from Freezer's side. Pudgy Wudgy gets aggressive, now losing his life over by double doors. Everybody gets cleaned up relatively quickly. And Oklahoma State answer back with a flawless round. Round 1 was a little rocky for them, but they make their adaptations, particularly with some mind-numbing roam over by kitchen side, but I don't know if that's an adaptation that can be successful time and be repeated, simply because, well, it was a hero play.
Yeah, it's not all that sustainable to go for the rat play in kitchen to hopefully get a couple of free kills. I mean, it was a double swing, but they couldn't quite pinpoint where the vigil was, and even the Blackbeard shield could not save him. A good double kill from Hyena, and no doubt the reason that OK State were able to take the round. It definitely seemed that the on-site pressure as well was a little bit tidied on up when it got down to the 3v5 execute. But UCSD, they're definitely not going to be making that same mistake twice. They will now realize that the drone work needs to be cleaned up just a little bit, and maybe some pre-placed drones can help them in that endeavor. It's going to be the top floor bomb site, Kids and Dorms, that's going to come into fruition next, with OK State winning out on that basement bomb site. Got AG Meow, he's got his garage drone that hasn't been noticed yet. A risky position. You don't want to lose those drones in the prep phase, but right now, what I'm really thinking of is UCSD and how they can respond to that slaughter that just got delivered to them. I think that the first round, that attacking round, was so strong. If they can just emulate a little bit of that success again, OK State may find themselves in an equally tough position.
So we're going over to dorms, but look at this setup by Oklahoma State. There are plenty of reinforcements on that first floor. One in the kitchen side towards the east, facing by split, and the other one between dining room. The only reason you'd put these here is to allow your teammates to go for nitrocell denial. And, well, there are plenty of nitrocells currently in this field. There's 4 of them. We called it the call center from hell earlier. Actually, we called it the nitrocell bonanza, so we're going to do a quick switch there now, call it the call center from hell. And the attacking team has to deal with this as soon as possible. This is an opportunity for them to, instead of just rotating their, hard breach on over to the south games wall, you maybe rotate them down over to meeting room and cut away that singular wall in the kitchen so you can start to apply pressure. This is a mini game that the attacking team cannot overlook. If they overlook it, they will find nitrocells raining underneath them.
This really is the site of minigames, Chief. There are so many on this bomb site. At least it feels like more than others. You've got your closet minigame, you've got your attic minigame, sometimes even an armory minigame if attacking teams or defensive teams rather choose to bring out the APAC style strategies that you can see at the very top of T1. But right now, it's going to be your simple setup. You've got Konoma here in pit in attic. He's going to get naded, and that's going to remove some utility, but he's going to be fine to hold this position, at least for the time being. The pressure has not become overwhelming quite yet, and at the minute 20 mark, things are looking pretty solid for both of these teams. OK State haven't given up much ground, but UCSD are in a position to take it very quickly. Hyena being cut down below by the solo roam clear from Room. That's going to be a big pick for UCSD, and given that Slash is now alone on that bottom floor extension, he is in a very vulnerable position, to say the least. Konoma, though, he'll take one down. He'll take two down, or Cosmic will, rather, as Cryonax gets the response. That's going to turn things into a 3v3 here. Cryonax nearly got cut on down from the swing with 45 seconds to go. Both of these teams find themselves in winning positions before this execute.
Everybody is starting to work their way back up the stairwells. Every bout of utilities can provide so much information, particularly those Malusi Wubwubs. Cryonax now down, but not out. Unable to be res. Another SMG-11 will find its target. And Oklahoma State wins a round, a perfect showing. They collapsed back on their bomb site when the attackers were trying to go for that last second execute.
Yeah, great job there to close things out for OK State. This time, making it happen when it didn't look too good before. They seem to have tidied things up. The communication is back, and they're looking forth to some more defensive rounds. Really, there wasn't anything particularly special about that round. It was pretty much the default attic hold, the default games hold. The one thing was the bottom floor presence from OK State, which actually didn't work out at all. They didn't get any kills from there. They got cut down, and eventually Slash wasn't really able to rotate back to the bomb site in time. But thankfully, for the sake of Oklahoma State, they simply capitalized on the on-site pressure. They did not allow, even those remaining anchors, did not allow the overwhelming attacking pressure to steamroll their way into the bomb site. That's going to be 2 rounds in a row for OK State. The tertiary bomb site of Meeting and Kitchen is now our focus.
And I love this bomb site. I love it compared to its secondary site on the other side of the map over by Dining Room, simply because it allows you to utilize all of those buff rooms. But JZ, I'm going to pass it back over to you because it seems like I'm having audio problems.
Well, as you get that worked on out, we're going to see how this early attack from UCSD is going to begin. Last time in round number 3, we saw how methodical they really took it. They did run the general default approach. You had Room on the Zofia. He took care of any anti-breach on that attic wall. And as soon as that happened, it was simply the on-site pressure to build. But this time, it's a different bomb site, but it's the same general concept, at least in terms of this attic minigame. You've got to pressure in from this attic side. You've got to take that vertical control, something that it does appear Pudgy Wudgy is looking to do early on. He's got the Maverick Surrey Torch in hand. He's going to be pressuring on that attic side wall, but you still have to deal with a very similar attic extension. You've got Konoma. He's going to be that pit player to hold off that push, and you've got Cosmic, who's looking to hold off this as well from this Meeting side. The Maverick, he's actually going to ignore opening up the attic wall. Just the sightline has been established. His priorities are now going to be on the Meeting wall, but that is a tremendous pick from Cosmic. Removing Pudgy Wudgy. Hyena going to cut down Room. Cosmic gets another. That's going to be Cryonax next to fall. And all of a sudden, in 15 seconds, 3 kills were delivered, and Chow and AG Meow are all that remains.
terrible position to be in, but you can win your gunfights and potentially be successful. Chow will not do that at all. Now down to a 1v5. AG Meow hunting for the remaining members, trying to find them, collecting up to 1. Heo's position will now be alerted and potential wide swing from an SMG-11 over on the security side. They're just not going to do that. They don't want to waste their teammates' lives and utilize that man advantage perfectly. But he's not prepared for the flank up the stairs, being choked out, gassed out. It's Hyena who gets away with the final kills. Oklahoma State for another round win, making it 3 in a row.
3 in a row is right. That was not only 3 rounds, but that was 3 pretty clean rounds. All of the mistakes that we were talking about Oklahoma State were making were seemingly are now in the background. And UCSD are the ones struggling to get a foothold on these attacks. We haven't been really doing justice for UCSD in highlighting the strengths of their attack so far tonight. And well, they've seemed to lost that prowess, at least in these last couple of rounds. The coordination isn't quite there. There's a lot of individual pushes that worked out very well on Villa. I'll give them that. But those solo plays, those, I call them Hail Mary style plays, something that is so high risk, but it also can be so high reward. It's not going to be working out so far on Oregon because Oklahoma State, they learned their lesson, it seems, on Villa, that at least Cryonax likes to just kind of silently walk in with the R4C silence and just mow down people. We saw Room do very similar things, both on Villa and already on Oregon. But Oklahoma State have successfully punished that in these last 3 rounds, giving them 3 in a row and allowing them to complete that clean rotation and head back to this basement bomb site for the 3rd time now.
And the only reason, really, Oklahoma State was able to win this back in round 2 was off that hero play, as you're highlighting it from Hyena, as he just buried himself over in kitchen, able to collect those gunfights. He will most likely not be able to replicate that here. He's going to the same position. This is being very predictable. And if UCSD has more than 3 brain cells, they should be able to drone that out relatively quickly and deal with them. Now Hyena's rotating to a different position, so this is going to add some unpredictability. But since they saw in the 6-pick phase that Vigil is being shown, it's a fair assumption to make that Hyena is going to be playing this particularly aggressive. And Room actually might go for a gunfight early on. Hyena walking over a drone. It should be able to spawn out the audio cue, and it will prompt a gunfight. Room will win it. Hyena's unbridled aggression now cost him his life. Now he doesn't bring a lot of utility, only 2 sets of impact grenades, so not all is lost, but Oklahoma State's gonna have to fight now with a man disadvantage.
First time in a couple of rounds that OK State are struggling to find their early footing, but if they play like they have in the past, and at least in the past few rounds, an on-site hold shouldn't be too much of a problem. Slash, however, he's got something else on his mind. He wants to go for another aggressive play. He's going to take up the position of Hyena. He's going to be rotating up the freezer stairs towards Kitchen to hopefully get a flank off on this attack. However, Chow has placed all those air jabs down. They're definitely going to be catching out that player if at least that comes to the point. If this site pressure is to build in time, then Slash is not going to be able to rotate around at all. Inception will find one eventually, but not before Cosmic was removed. Slash, he finds the air jab. Room though, he's actually not going to identify that. Pudgy Wudgy is caught out, but Slash getting known again. The next air jab doing wonders. Inception, though, he's going to do wonders as well. The SMG-11 is going to find one. And despite the prone angle from the Zofia, Slash is not going to capitalize. Pudgy Wudgy lines one up. Room, the follow-up. Inception is all that remains. It's going to have to be an ace clutch for the smoke. And with the final Toxic Babe expended, this one's going to be tough. He's going to swing around, but another prone angle from Room. Good gracious. The Zofia lying on the floor again will net the kill.
So the storyline continues. Oklahoma State, they want to win this bomb site based off aggressive plays. Something that they won't be able to replicate, and it's going to force them to say, you know what, we've gone to this bomb site 3 times. We have lost it 2 out of the 3. We have to try something, and it's going to be dorms. Fortunately for them, they brought out dorms once back in round 3, and they ended up winning that. Also, another round that went off aggressive plays, trying to utilize a strategy that we really haven't seen before, that aggressive nitrocell denial from underneath. And it's also nice to see them kind of show we're going to go for this traditional way of playing, utilizing that Jaeger and that Wamai. But since they utilize that 6 phase perfectly, they bring out the Melusi, now going towards a nitrocell denial strategy. And again, it's going to force UCSD to deal with that kitchen pressure as soon as possible.
Well, I'm being told right now from production that UCSD was in fact your Season 1 CollegiateR6 champions. It's been a while since they've been back in the spotlight since their early success, but this institution definitely has a bit of history behind it. Of course, Oklahoma State, they are the defending champions, more recent champions, but UCSD, well, they'll be looking to reclaim that title. To do so, though, they're going to be looking to equalize on attack. Finding that 3-3 split on Oregon is a really great place to be for any attacking team. This map generally finds itself pretty defensive-sided, and if you can get that coveted 3-3 split and then, cook up a strong defense like we can definitely expect from San Diego, especially given that it's at pick, you're definitely in a very good spot. It seems that Oklahoma State are trying to stall out this last round again, using the very same strategy that had some mixed results a couple of rounds ago. They're playing 2 players below, that's Hyena and Slash, 2 big guns down below the bomb site, but that is going to leave Inception, Cosmic, and Konoma somewhat isolated on this bomb site. Unless the vertical play can come into full effect, it's unlikely that this hold will be all that effective. Normally in this case, you'd see Slash bring out those impact grenades. You can throw one and look at the double window run in, but he's going to bring the nitro cell and hope to possibly deny somewhat of a plant later on Konoma. He's going to be gifted another one of his apparently 9 lives. The Chow there really should have had that kill, but he will escape and he will remain the pit player, one of these mini games we've talked so much about.
So 60 seconds has been spent, but we saw 2 players on the bomb site like you were highlighting. That's a perfect opportunity to drone out the site and say, hey, we have the man's number up here. We can just flood site and go for the plant. And fortunately for the attackers, they would have positions to go for elevated plants, particularly the foosball table over by Saxon Games. And it doesn't really matter how many nitro cells you have, they will collect nothing if you're elevated on the plant. However, nitro cell will start the round off perfectly, and just like that, members of UCSD start to crumble. There are only 2 of them remaining. They're on elevated positions, utilizing upside down rappels, just daring anybody from Oklahoma State to peek them, but nobody will as of now.
Pudgy Wudgy, he's going to be doing just UCSD things, and he's going to be crouch walking in from the attic side. Hyena, he's holed up here in, oh my, Slash. He's going to go for the run out and cut down Room. There it is, Hyena. He'll line up the second, and goodbye, Pudgy Wudgy. Oklahoma State will take round 6, and it is in fact the defense. Oklahoma State who takes that 4-2 split on this first half. This is pretty default split, nothing too crazy here for either team. We're going to have to see Oklahoma State come up with a strong attack, but the same thing goes for UCSD. This is shaping up and looking oddly similar to Villa in the way it's overly shaking out. And if UCSD aren't careful, OK State could run away with this. It's defense now, and it's their map pick. It's their time to pull out the strats they've been cooking up, to pull out that coordination that they've shown so far on both Oregon and Villa. And to do so, I think we'll see the pace and how it develops very early on in round number 7.
And, this is an opportunity to bring back old strategies. If you want to do big rooms and you want to waste time, well, maybe sitting a vigil downrange to kind of just walk around the map is just too haphazard. You need to do something. Well, you do have meeting room extensions. Now, they're not as powerful as they once used to be on the previous iteration of this map, simply because instead of having 2 top hatches up in the meeting room area, you now only have one. And the one that you have is an E-box. And even if the attackers push in through blue bunker, they open up the E-box, well, that hash won't be viable because you're going to drop straight into a crossfire and the attacker is just waiting for you to do that. But nonetheless, you can still put castle barricades up there. You can still run your Goyo shield, your traditional deployable shields, and just waste the attacker's time. You can also do an extension even above that into North Attic and just try to utilize as much of that real estate as possible.
Well, we've got the real estate game. It's going to be, at least UCSD are trying to hold it for as long as they can here. They've got Room. He's going to play that slight extension towards the tower side. And you've got Hyena now, Oklahoma State. They've got to clear out any sort of roam. There isn't going to be much in the way of the top floor presence, although UCSD are now aware where Hyena is entering from. There's nobody quite in position to capitalize. Room is on the tower side, so that will be something that Oklahoma State will have to deal with. But for now, with all the rest of these defenders positioned on the bomb site itself, they could simply, or Oklahoma State being they, can simply start to mount the pressure from all of those necessary sides. Start to get those checkpoints going. Chow, having realized that the J bunker pressure is not there, will very smartly reposition his Goyo shield and bring that over towards the highway, or towards that laundry double door facing this long hall. That is a brilliant decision. You love to see the adaptability of defenses as well as attackers. Normally, we're so focused on how attackers change up their strategy, but don't forget, deployable shields can be moved. They don't have to be put in one wall and left there for the remainder of the round like mirror windows. They are mobile pieces of utility, and to see teams changing up their positions is simply very good to see. Hyena, he's going to push right on down Laundry, nearly catching out Chow, but the shots are not going to miss. Oh, he's going to get the kill. Chow will get the response, though, taking down Inception at the same time. So it's going to be a 4v4, now crossing that minute 15 mark. Hyena lines up another, getting the head of Chow, and this crossfire is being established. Pudgy Wudgy lines one up. Kanoma, a swift response, and that's going to leave Room off-site in a pseudo 1v3.
What are you doing, Room? He almost threw the round, missing Hyena, or missing the bot entirely, but stuck in a bad position. He ends up getting felled by Hyena. What a round. That was something there. Honestly, I don't think there's a word in the English language to describe what just happened there. Nonetheless, the attacking roster of Oklahoma State able to win it. They kept calm, cool, and collected. And the fact that Hyena was not punished at all through that round is baffling. He decides to push straight in through Laundry uncontested, caught in a Malusi wubs, making a ton of noise. And Cryonex just still held his position. He didn't swing. Goyo didn't swing. Well, Goyo did swing as soon as his teammate fell, but there was no synergization. Like, you have audio cues, you're running a Malusi, utilize that as a tool. The moment that you don't utilize it as a tool, well, you find yourself in that position, losing a round.
Yeah, Oklahoma State, they're going to find an attacking win, and a key win for them to maintain their momentum. I was a little bit behind for that last moment. My monitor decided to be like, let's not work. And, well, I turned it back on, it seemed. I opened my eyes again, and all of a sudden it was an absolute bloodbath inside of the freezer. A couple of ridiculous moments, but at the end of the day, it was indeed Oklahoma State who pulled out the win. So we're going to see how they can do so again. We're going straight back to this basement bomb site. UCSD feeling like they do have the chance to pull it back. A couple of slight adaptations should be all they need to make this one happen. The one thing I talked about in the middle of that round, Chief, but I think it's worth highlighting again, is Chow moving that deployable shield. And of course, it didn't really end up altering the result of the round, but proving that their utility can be so mobile, proving that they can literally change up their positions on the fly. That is so great to see from UCSD. It's the first time we're seeing that kind of defensive mobility from them. And honestly, I think it's a great sign for them going forward. This time, we are going to see the very same setup. You've got Room as well on this tower side extension. He's just here to shoot a couple of drones, be a persistent roamer. If needed, he can pop open that attic wall with one of those impacts and get some sort of a flank going if there's a top-down roam clear underway. But at least for Inception's sake, and Hyena as well, they're already in this first floor. They're not entering from above. They are contesting straight on in to this map.
And the defensive roster of UCSD is going to have to start to make some adaptations, not just with their macro strategy, but how they are winning their gunfights. 2 of their players are currently sitting on breadsticks at a 1-6 and a 1-7. On the other side of the fence, the lowest amount of kills is a 4 bomb. Those start to stack up. And, you know, people think Rainbow Six Siege is a game that's kind of a MOBA-like. It isn't full FPS, but there are still elements. You still have to win your gunfights. You can have all the best utility in the world. You can have all the best strategies in the world, but you still have to click heads. And UCSD, they're currently not doing that. And it's not the lack of strategy. I mean, look where Kyronax is playing. He has a position to lock down anybody entering into Freezer, but somehow he's allowed somebody to crouch walk in all the way to the north side. It's Slash on the Blackbeard now challenging that position.
Chow is going to be the first player to be cut down in this lobby, though Room has something to say about that, and Hyena will be no more. Going to be a 4v4 now that we've crossed the minute mark. Inception, no HP to his name, at least Room as well, will now be losing out all of that HP, finding his 6-foot grave. Cryonax, though, he's got this good pixel angle from this laundry position all the way over to Freezer, but Inception, his position is not aware. He's gonna swing right on in and cut down the Kaid. And another, that's a shift challenge from AG Meow. Cosmic, the follow-up in Oklahoma State, have come out of nowhere in map 2 to now have their eyes on match point.
I'll spare the world the rant of the shift key challenge. Just, I mean, why do we see this happen all the time? Like, players just, they get caught in their own head. They're like, oh, I have to get over to this position. But you know where he is. You know that he's going to be in that rotate. Like, how do you not make that adaptation? Nonetheless, moving on forward, UCSD, they're no longer in the driving seat. They are going to have to make adaptations. It's going to be, well, going to a different bomb site. Downstairs and basement seems to be a very bad position for both of these teams. Because remember, when the sides were stopped, Oklahoma State was struggling to win this. They ended up bringing out the basement site 3 different times. They've lost it twice. And that's why you need to bring out, you know, an extended hold upstairs in the meeting room. Because when you go over to dorms, you can do a true anchor. And even if you don't do an anchor, you hold the bunk room over by attic. You can hold into master bedroom. You really have a lot more flexibility here, even though it's 1 floor. So, Oklahoma State now here on Oregon, map number 2. This is their opportunity to lose.
Honestly, Chief, this is almost identical to the way Villa was shaping out. It was early traction for Oklahoma State, and then all of a sudden UCSD just turned on the Jets and took a 6-2 match point lead. This same thing has happened here on Oregon. 2 rounds on the attacking side for UCSD. It looked quite promising. With an OK State, they have refused to let up on the gas and have continued to put some rounds on that scoreboard. But they're going to have to do so once again on this top floor site. We're going to see UCSD changing it up a bit. They're bringing the Goyo on this bomb site, as well as the deployable shield from Pudgy Wudgy. That's going to be a big deployable shield central on this top floor bomb site at the very least. You've got Room. He's going to go for the run out, or at least attempt the run out. The door being broken should alert OK State to some sort of tomfoolery occurring on this small tower side, but I'm not sure if they're aware of it. The run out is nearly successful. Inception, he is going to barely survive that one. Room was not quite able to connect the shots and was not willing to overly aggress on that position. But the Malusi is actually now caught in a precarious position. His position was unknown just a moment ago on that run out, and Inception and Hyena are both on the hunt. The drone from Cosmic is going to pour on in, and if Room is spotted out, OK State will likely divert their attention. But for now, their attention is simply on getting their checklist done, getting that attic side wall open, getting that closet wall open, and establishing that necessary crossfire. Cryonax also caught out in a tough spot. He's gonna nearly get naded, but it's not quite gonna finish him off. It's the C4 from Chow. That is gonna cut down Konoma, a big early pick for this defense.
something they did not see coming. CryoNex wants to play this very aggressive, and this is kind of a high-risk strategy where you put yourself on an island, but if you have nitro cells, it could work out well for you. In the end, there are also flank drones throughout the entire map, one being over by green and the other one at the bottom of those white stairs. This means if Room starts to rotate close to kitchen, he should be caught off. There is the nade. CryoNex playing that so aggressive, losing his life for no reason. He didn't need to be in that position. Now, sure, he was being pressured from the window, but you still have the opportunity of dropping the hatch, because after all, he did open it up with his TCSG slug shotgun.
Well, with 50 seconds to go here, and with UCSD with the map on the line, this defense is looking to just play passive and wait out the clock. Room, he's below. And that's going to end with the Hyena, or with the Maverick, Hyena, cut off and cut away in this round. Cosmic is hoping to find the response, but it's Room who lines up a double kill. Chow finding Slash. It's going to be up to Cosmic, the clutch master, and Pudgy Wudgy says no. Goodbye, Cosmic. UCSD will hold on in this map, taking their third round. Chief, this is once again looking very Villa-esque.
And yeah, bringing it back to map number 1, it was a 7-3 split. We currently find ourselves in a position to go 7-3. It just depends on how the attackers want to dictate the map. Are they going to take vertical control? Most likely. But what response will UCSD bring up? Are they also going to be holding vertical control? Are they going to be playing out the entire map? Are they going to be burying themselves in deployable shields? They need to be proactive. And I think that's the change that both these rosters need to bring out on defense, where they're reactive. They have all their defenders in sight, and as soon as they get pushed, whether or not it's the freezer stairs or whether or not it's laundry, they decide we're now going to swing. Instead of dictating the pace of the round, the attackers are the ones that dictate the result of the round. And well, if we look at statistics-wise, whenever the attackers are given control of the round, where they're allowed to kind of say, this is how the strategy is going to pan out, they tend to win. The best example of that is Coastline.
Well, we're going to have to see how that all can shake out on this basement bomb site, Chief. This is the site that has been seemingly so elusive for UCSD. They've been here, what, twice already on their seemingly short now defensive half, and both times did not work out at all. What Oklahoma State did multiple times is they pressured from that south side. They established the crossfire from freezer and from laundry, and they just found the frags as a result. J Bunker was not completely ignored. Honestly, I think it might have been completely ignored from the attackers every time. And because of that, we're not seeing an early setup. There is a rotate, but there's no shield. Cosmic, he knows that. And Hyena does as well. Chow is going to go for that late positioning, throwing out some Wamai magnets, but with this door open and with the intent of the attackers clear, it is apparent now for UCSD that they have not quite devoted all the utility to this hold that they would like. Hyena, he's going to be unable to push on in. The Maverick cannot rotate away. Chow's going to find himself in the grate. Another one is there as CryoNex is going to find the response onto Hyena, but it was Konoma who took down AG Meow before. Now it's a 4v3. Konoma has the angle, but the shots land from CryoNex instead. Still a 3v3, but a brilliant response from the Jaeger. Almost finds another onto Cosmic, but it's back and forth. And finally, the rotate hole will net another kill for Oklahoma State, with Inception finding that fatal blow. It's Room and Pudgy Wudgy left to hold out this hold. Room does it again, cutting down Slash 2v2.
So a perfect position to be in, but it's going to get even better for the defense. The Pudgy Wudgy collects one with SMG-11, trying to re-challenge that angle over by J Bunker, but Cosmic is better. He pushes in through the laundry now. It's a different positioning, and the defense might not be aware. Cosmic's going to go for the plan. He's making a large audio cue to do so, but nobody from UCSD is going to answer this back at all. Finally, they catch wind of the fishy situation, and they are able to get the kill. It's going to be some spontaneous impact grenades to answer it back. Just a little bit of cheese between teams.
Stop it. UCSD pulling it out again. It seems that they refuse to be stalled out. This defensive pressure has come out of nowhere, it seems. The basement success that was so elusive just a couple of rounds prior has now seemed to work out. But Chief, what that does mean here is UCSD will now have to complete the 3-round, 3-site rotation. We're seeing the tertiary bomb site now for UCSD's first time. They're electing to go to kitchen and dining. This is one of those bomb sites that is so hard to fully understand, it seems, for collegiate players. Often, we do see teams go to this site. They see the validity and how viable this site can actually be. But the thing we've talked about a lot, Chief, is the lack of a showers presence. The reason this site is so good, the reason it is the often preferred tertiary bomb site for the higher level teams, is that you put a player in showers. You open up ankle holes on one of these showers to small tower walls, and you impact trick that wall till the end of the round. You stay in that shower position because it is so critical to maintaining your dining control. The teams who can't hold down showers, they realize that. They realize they don't know quite what utility to devote to this position, so they head over to meeting room instead. Another viable tertiary bomb site that focuses a bit more on the vertical pressure in attic rather than the horizontal small tower hold. It does, as always, come down to what the attacking teams actually, what they want to do and how they want to approach the site itself. But defenses have to have the ability to be prepared for either outcome. That's why you're always going to see a vertical setup on the top floor, regardless of which bomb site. The kids' presence is always vital to any defense on this bomb site, because if you don't hold kids, or if you relinquish kids' control very early on, that is going to give free early vertical pressure from the attackers, not something you want to allow to happen.
Well, they're just going to take straight into trophy room. They want to apply that pressure as soon as possible. And AG Mayo over here, holding the white stairs in a bad position. He can rotate some of his teammates on over, but they're going to have to swing up the stairwell that he's currently holding. Cryonex is in the dorm side. Deployable shield, a saving grace. You couple that with those ADSs, and he's designed to waste as much time as possible. But with 2 ADSs over on the kids' dorms, you, in theory, can just rotate Cosmic to big window. You send a Selma charge down range, popping open the wall that we currently see our Warden playing, and that positioning all goes away. Now, AG rotating over to the dorm side of the map. He has nowhere to go. He can't rotate out of his position. He's good as dead. He's going to force to go for the challenge, and he loses his life. Now, UCSD forced to fight back this round with a man disadvantage.
Cryonax, he's also in a precarious position, but the MPX finds the head of Konoma. He's going to get a double. That's Cosmic off the board. That's going to neutralize the man count and actually turn it into the favor of San Diego. A C4 is going to be tossed out, but the throw was not quite far enough. Cryonax, he still refuses to leave this angle. Hyena's going to go for the swing. Cryonax now no longer has a deployable shield, opting for the swing instead. Oh my goodness, Chow! He's going to get a double C4, and that just won the round for San Diego. Slash, he's going to 1v3 now, almost no traction left. Room with 15 kills. Chow, a double C4, making that 9 on the map. And San Diego, that C4 just pulled them back in the round, and possibly could it be exactly what they need to hold on in map number 2. It's 6-4, it's match point, but UCSD refused to back down.
Now, Lee Slash is running a Blackbeard who's designed for nothing more than winning gunfights. He's on so little HP, and the DMR is going to be cumbersome when it goes to close quarters combat. But will he be checking all the right angles? There's a prone over by green. He's going to be spotted out on a pre-established drone. Now forced to challenge into meeting room. Isolating one, but unable to even connect the shots. Room saves the day. Slash now falls. We find ourselves moving over to round number 12. And at the end of the day, we said the Hardbreachers had to open up both sides of dorms. That adaptation was never made, and as a result, UCSD is now still in this series.
This has been a tremendous comeback. We're sitting at 3 rounds in the row for UCSD. Excellent stuff right now from them. They are simply continuing the pressure, continuing the momentum. In Chief, they honestly look pretty good. OK State, they simply haven't been able to get much traction at all. They haven't been able to get any site pressure in the last 3 rounds. There was one, the round where it did go to a post plant, of course, so you got to give them that, but the retake was there. The positioning of the defenders was there. It just seems that at every turn, UCSD just cannot be felled. Room, again on the prone angle. That's been the iconic duo we've talked about all night long. That's been pretty big from them, and that kill just solidified the round. Chief, what can Oklahoma State do to stop this momentum? And I guess, how can UCSD finish this comeback off?
So you kill Room. He is instrumental. That's all it's coming down to. Because also, if we look at that scoreboard, CryoNex in round 9 was sitting on a breadstick. He has now found those impact kills going into round 12, but his teammate is still struggling as well. And when you have these great roamers and these great fraggers not fighting the scoreboard, you have to look, am I utilizing my tools appropriately? You're not going to cut down a tree with a hammer. I'm sure you could. If you swing it enough, you'll break away the bark. You'll eventually get to the core of the tree. It's probably going to take you a decade, but hey, it did work, so you can make that argument. However, utilize your roamer as a chainsaw. If you want to cut down that tree, utilize them as a multi-tool knife and go straight for the attacking team of Oklahoma State, because if you're not utilizing AG appropriately on those roams, he is going to keep dying and find himself on a breadstick when round 12 goes in favor of OK State.
I'm wondering what this break is going to mean for us, Chief. Obviously, the momentum has hugely swung around in the favor of San Diego right now, but I just don't know. Obviously, killing Room, like you said, that is going to be huge for them. That is going to be something that could shape the round for Oklahoma State if they can make that happen, but Room has proved that it's not something that can be easy to do. Even on attack, the Zofia was impossible to kill, it seemed. But Oklahoma State, regardless, found that 4-2 lead there, something that they have since relinquished. It's only one round away from a possible overtime. And if Oklahoma State were to lose this here and UCSD take this to overtime, I just don't know how this is going to shape out for Oklahoma State, Chief. That's not something I thought I'd be saying tonight at all. But the fact that UCSD has now been allowed to come back 3 rounds in a row and possibly 4. If they can take it, I mean, that just speaks wonders to the commitment and the mental of this team. And going forward, how can Oklahoma State respond? I'm just struggling here. I'm just struggling.
And remember, Oklahoma State has been undefeated in 2 seasons. That is a statistic that you just don't hear. That's a storyline that you just don't hear. And what I actually liked what was going on in that 6-pick phase, remember, everything is paused, at least just the clock is. So you can still change your operators. And we saw, well, both those teams utilizing that privilege. We saw everything under the sun as well. We saw some calves being shown. And I think when you have a technical timeout, particularly when it's still in the early phases of the pick phase, you can talk amongst yourself. You can say, we need to change something up. We need to make some identifications. We can just work through our lineup till we have the perfect thing. Where if we go to our old school method, well, if you go to a rehost, you're not going to be able to pick your operators quite with that level of flexibility that we just saw. And that's going to really dictate how round 12 pans out. It's going to be incredibly important for UCSD, because if they win this round, they'll find themselves going into overtime and 3 rounds closer to putting themselves on the final map.
Room. He's going to start things off with a peek. He's got this game's window open, and he is aggressive and challenging. He just wants this overtime to come, and it might. Oh my goodness, the shots won't quite land. Inception escapes another possibly grisly fate by the skin of his teeth. Hyena will now be applying this pressure from the big window side. Oh no, Inception, he's going to actually get cut down very low. CryoNex is pressuring there as well. This persistent aggression from UCSD, they are allowing their gunplay to shine, and we can see that OK State clearly flustered here early on.
Big window pressure is a perfect way to break down a defense like that, but you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. You're going to have to start to move some of those attackers away. When you have 3 of them over towards the west, it is a one-angle crossfire. There's not a lot of positions that you can look for. You can look over towards the rotate between the 2 sites. You can cut down the other rotation as well as the door. Those are 3 things, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be enough if you're in one position. Chow trying to open up the hatch, but here comes a full send. Hyena's in the bomb site already, just sprinting his way on through. Attempting to connect one, but he potatoes his way. Everybody's missing their shots. It's an absolute blunder. The bomb is going to be down. What? Everybody's at an equal man count until Cosmic finds one. Now they're going to have to continue to find more. The Blackbeard's going to utilize himself perfectly, getting that kill, but they're going to have to still find that diffuser.
Inception is 1 HP, and it is a 1v1 against Room, who's already teasing the diffuser. Inception, he's got some vertical play, but Room's aware of this. He's gonna go for the swing. He only needs 1 bullet, and he will do it. UCSD will crawl back 4 rounds in a row, and in the most spectacular fashion, Oklahoma State will throw away the possibility of ending it out here. UCSD making it happen. We've got overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Jonah, what just happened?
Yeah, I've got no idea.
Okay, we talk about how good of an IGL Hyena is. Man, that wasn't the play.
Ain't it.
That ain't it. Like, you can break that round down all you want. That single call to flood in, sure, it could have worked. It's gonna force you to win your gunfights. Unfortunately, you didn't. How many attackers swung poor Pudgy Wudgy and Pudgy Wudgy won? That's just unacceptable. Like, I don't want to be too critical. I'm trying to make this humorous, but like, dude, no, that was not the play, man. And UCSD is now going back to the same bomb site, and I think they're going to be a little bit more prepared for a YOLO.
I guess. I mean, God, Steve, what? I don't understand how you come out of a break and you go, we're better at gun skill. Let's just throw ourselves in the middle of a bomb site and hope we win. I mean, Hyena clearly wasn't feeling himself on that swing. He missed every single bullet against the smoke. And from there, it just was an absolute disaster that ended up with a 1v1 with an attacker with 1 HP. What? I'm still clearly speechless because that is just not something you would expect to see, given that those early rounds, those first 2 attacking rounds that worked so well for Oklahoma State were the absolutely methodical, textbook, surgical top-down clears onto the basement bomb site. When they ran their default strats on Villa as well, where they played methodical, they're getting in their heads right now, Chief. They're overthinking this. If they play the Oklahoma State style of siege that we've seen from them all season long, they would find more success, but they are playing a different style. They are not playing like themselves, and it is costing them huge. They have lost 4 rounds in a row. They've allowed UCSD to come back, and it has been a tremendous comeback at that. UCSD are looking strong. They're infallible. Room, he has 19 kills. You cannot stop this man. And with Cryonax cutting down Inception, the play from the top of the laundry stairs onto the Zofia, who is looking to remove the Electro Claw. That is another huge pick that now will shake up the way the rest of this round is going to unfold.
And if you saw how Oklahoma State was actually executing on this site, they're utilizing the vertical pressure of both of the Ash as well as the Zofia, so it's an incredibly costly pick. But fortunately, there's a good crossfire that's being held over by Pit Size. Konoma's just going to walk in so close to reaching the bomb site. They can go for the plant if they don't know it as of now, but they're still going to have to deal with that Goyo shield. A Nitrocell drift and rip. It finds its target true. Now Konoma's going to fall, and this is going to force more members of Oklahoma State to constantly push into the pit sign, but they're going to start to get buried over there. Now 2 of them remain against the 4, but Slash, he's off the Blackbeard, going into the Jackal, trying to find the other members of UCSD.
Hyena gonna walk right on in. He'll find one, but AG Meow, the immediate follow-up, will cut down the Ash. It's a 1v2 for Slash. He's got the line of sight and the headshot on the Pudgy Wudgy. It's now gonna be a 1v1. The Vector versus the C7E with 45 seconds to play. Slash, he has a diffuser in pocket. He could potentially go for a kid's push and even tease getting that bomb on the ground. But to do so, he's gonna have to cross in front of the crosshair of AG Meow, but the shots won't quite land. The C70 to swing, but it's AG Meow who pulls it out for UCSD. They're gonna make it happen again in round 13. It's overtime match point.
I was critical of AG at Meow for not finding the scoreboard. He's been sitting on a breadstick the entire game. But in round 13, probably the most important round that we've seen of this entire series, particularly on him, the entire weight of the team was pressed upon his shoulders, and he was in a position to collapse. But he stayed strong, he stood up, and he won his gunfight. And an important gunfight. Now they find themselves in that coveted overtime match point. Now, if you're not familiar with how overtime works, it is only 3 rounds. It's up to round 15, or the first team to win 2 rounds. If you're coming from different series, some series are running unlimited overtime, or you have to win those 2 rounds in a row. That type of overtime system doesn't matter here. It's the first to 2 wins. You've won your defensive split. UCSD will be in control since they'll have defense one more time, but the attacking side will be their true answer.
We've got an interesting one on our hands, Chief. And I gotta admit, we've been focusing probably a little bit too much on the mistakes of Oklahoma State, and normally it'd be easy to point out the things that UCSD are doing so well. It would be easy to say, God, they look so coordinated, they are pushing together, they have these great strategies, they're outbraining them. They're just not, that's not what we're seeing. We are seeing gunplay win out the day for UCSD. It is every time they get into these 1v1 gunfights, they are just winning them. Oklahoma State is allowing this to happen, of course, but UCSD are capitalizing, and they have realized that the strategy they can utilize is a gunner strategy, is a swing everything strategy. On defense, it has worked. On attack, it worked somewhat, but more so, they have just allowed their gunners, like Room to shine through, and Oklahoma State haven't found the answer. Early on, when Oklahoma State was like, okay, we know what they're doing, they're going to swing things, we're going to deal with it. But when the confidence came back to the comms of Oklahoma State, where they started to realize that they could start to hang with Room and the like of the rest of this San Diego roster, Oklahoma State have started to swing things as well, and they are simply not winning their gunfights anymore. You cannot take so many 50-50 gunfights time after time, especially when they're turning out to be less so 50-50 and more like 70-30, with San Diego winning the majority of their ones. Again, at the end of the day, Siege is, of course, a strat-heavy game. You're going to come up with attacking and defensive strategies, but you've got to go pew-pew. Your guns have to go burr. And if you're not doing that, if you're not finding those frags, you're never going to win a round on either side.
Yeah, just win your gunfights, forehead. That's all you really need to do. Now Coma is going to have to do exactly that. Over on the south side of the pit, now his teammates going to start to rotate up the northmost stairs. So UCSD, make sure you're looking in every possible scenario, because Slash is in the position to go and kill Pudgy Wudgy. That would be incredibly impactful. That would surrender the diffuser. Pudgy Wudgy here's the audio cue. He's now got off the stairwell, but the explosive grenade, or that was actually a nitro cell that swung high, alerted him that he was near death. Room on an upside down rappel over by a big window, cutting the entire bomb site into half. It's going to be an interesting battle, as everybody's going to have to start to win their ones. And Chow will do that.
Chow with the opening pick. Dropping down Konoma, and once again, sending Oklahoma State into a, well, literal state of complete disarray. Of course, they still got these anchors on the bomb site, but Pudgy Wudgy is getting the diffuser on the ground. Where are the toxic babes? Where are the C4s? They're nowhere in sight. Hyena will finally line up the kill just in the nick of time. Without a smoke on the board, the only denial will be those C4s. And, well, it's a swing on in from big window. Room fragging out again. cutting down one. The pressure from Slash is there, but the kills and the swing from Room Room is there as well. The Blackbeard with the Deagle in hand is going to finish off Cosmic, and Hyena is the last hope for this defense. The diffuser is now on the ground. Chow is protect here in Kids. He was able to get a cheeky plant off while the rest of the White Stairs antics was unfolding, but Hyena now has to go for the swing, and he's gonna swing right into the crosshair of the Nomad. UCSD deliver another upset. They take their own map pick 2-0 in the series.
Oh my, that was quite a brawl. A 6-2 comeback. Not quite a reverse sweep, but you know what? I'm gonna coin it as that nonetheless. San Diego, Southern California, they are here to play. They are here to stay. One more map remains for them, at least if they're able to win it in map 3. But JC, honestly, I don't think words to describe that series.
An incredible turnaround. 4-2 to 6-2 to 8-6. That does not happen very often. What is that, Matt? 6 rounds in a row? I think that's the correct math. I mean, that is extraordinary from San Diego. They have shown round after round and now map after map that they can not only hang with Oklahoma State, but they can beat them down into the ground. That was, of course, it's a close score line, but those last few rounds and the inability of Oklahoma State to stop the momentum, there isn't a lot you could say that isn't San Diego is simply better right now. That's simply the outcome, and I think the thought in everybody's minds. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this series unfolds. We've got possibly just one more map to do it, but Oklahoma State, on their own map pick, they'll be heading over to Club, and they'll be looking to change things around. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, it's going to be do or die for Oklahoma State, but until then, please stick with us.
I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here once again with this incredible best of 5. Chief, thanks for joining me on the desk once again. Obviously, everybody, I am Jays Wills. We're looking to see this one get a bit closer because it is looking a bit messy for OK State right now. The story is all UCSD. If you're just joining us, it was a 7-3 victory for UCSD on map 1, and then an 8-6 victory with 6 rounds unanswered. An unbelievable comeback in map number 2 on Oregon, sitting at 2-0 right now in this best of 5.
It was a brilliant comeback, to say the least. Something that I don't think anybody saw happening. Because again, after all, San Diego, they are the underdogs. They are no, stranger to victory. They have been able to win a championship before, but that was back in season 1. It is their redemption arc. It is their turn to shine. They're the underdogs. Everybody likes a good underdog story. Well, they're about to write that right now, and it's all going to be dictated here on Club.
Well, everybody said, not everybody, I'd say a good amount of the community said, this one's going to be a 3-0. This one's going to be over. We know who the winner is. But they did not think it would be a 3-0 in this fashion. Nobody predicted San Diego would be the upset victors. Of course, they're looking to reclaim their champion title that they had in season 1 of CollegiateR6 very long ago. But Oklahoma State are hoping to defend that very title. But you said it, Chief. The reverse sweep is now required. It is now 3 maps in a row that Oklahoma State need. And based on what we've seen so far, 3 in a row is not looking too great for them. They couldn't even hold on to their 6-2 lead. They couldn't finish off Oregon. How are they going to be able to finish off 3 maps back to back?
I am still a bit concerned by UCSD, though. Some of their players did struggle to find the scoreboard. And Room stepped up when he needed to. He was phenomenal, playing lights out and winning his gunfight. So again, if you're able to find yourself in a position to shut down Room, that's a perfect place to be. But again, you can't, solely rely on players to make hero plays. We are also critical of Oklahoma State doing the exact same thing with Hyena when they were on their defensive split. So maybe that's just the motif of the day. Whoever has the craziest hero plays is the roster that wins.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the aggression and the gunplay, but I just don't know. It is UCSD who are shining through by winning their ones. I talked about it a little bit towards the end of Oregon where things were getting a bit dicey. They are winning every single 1v1 gunfight. All of them. The only rounds that it seems Oklahoma State are taking is when their strategic focus, where that approach, that methodical take is just overwhelmingly powerful, and even good gunplay from San Diego isn't enough to bring it back. While, of course, you want to say it's going to be easy for Oklahoma State, they just have to click heads. I don't think it's going to be that simple. I think they need to dig deep in their strat mindset. They need to go in really focused on being methodical, being as by the book as they can, because what we saw on Villa and Oregon as well, when they played the default strategies, even when they just played methodical together and relaxed, they played a lot better as a team. When they tried to go for those big flashy plays on defense and on attack, that's when things started to fall away. Of course, it's a hard mindset to shift. It's a hard change to make, but they're going to need to do it if they want to have any hope in this grand final.
And fortunately for us, none of us have ever seen a Thatcher ban before, so he falls early on. But who will be coupling him? Again, if we look at the upper echelon of play, Habana is the primary attacker ban or primary hard breacher ban. It used to be the Maverick, but you just can't bypass those impact grenades like you used to. Habana can now go 1x2 configurations, and good luck throwing all of your utility up there. You could still successfully impact Trick, but you have to bring everybody with an impact grenade. Oh, but Maverick, the original hard breacher ban, has now failed. So that means Habana is going to be available, and good luck holding your top hatches. It's also going to make it imperative to remove Kaid.
The Mira is going to be that first ban, so given the quickness of this last one, I would assume it's the Kaid, and, well, it will be. Those Electro Claws are simply too powerful if you have neither the Thatcher or the Maverick. Even if you bring a Kali, sure, you can get the hatches open, but you cannot get that CC wall open, and I think the Arsenal hatch also has one good invulnerable Kaid spot where you can also get that out of the range of the Lance and really make that sniper wielding operator pretty much useless, even if you're trying to get any sort of electricity off the wall. But without a Kaid, Bandit and Mute are going to be the hard breach denial operators that the defending teams are going to bring out, and we can see Cryonax already teasing that Bandit on this basement bomb site. You've got Room back on the staple role, that Room has taken up and, well, has found 21 kills on in the previous map. A lot of kills. 21 is a lot. That is nearing the CR6 record, which I believe is 26. So if Room is still feeling confident and still feeling ready to go after that brief 5-minute break, then, well, Oklahoma State are going to have to figure out a way to shut that down.
So, I like grandiose roams. I like big fun roams. We might be able to see that, but looking at the operator lineup, you're not going to have any, true SSG style roam. We have the Mute Monty in play. You can still do a tag team roam. You have Room as well as AG throughout the map. You're doing that tandem roam. They were great at that, particularly on Villa. So that's something that they can reverse engineer here. But also, you have to deny access to that B hatch. It's imperative that you deny that as long as possible. Particularly if the attackers elect to go for that French style of execute, where you just open up the top hatch, you send all your frag grenades down range, you send all your smoke grenades down range, and a guarantee that you win gunfights. But I think it's important to note that attackers need to start to mix up their executes. Because if you go for every execute as the French style of play, well, it's going to become very predictable, and defense is going to become very good at countering it. So you're still going to have to be able to go for the central stairs execute, the blue stairs execute, and the dirt tunnel execute. You need to have some variation in your attacks, because if you don't, the defense will read you perfectly.
Well, we're going to have to see how things start on out here for Oklahoma State. It's something we talk about almost every time we see Clubhouse. It's that you win this map on your attacks. You need to shine in your attacks more than your defensive performances. Not because defense is not important, just simply because defensive rounds can come quite easy sometimes. As a defensive-sided map, as a defensive-sided game, and simply when you can just wait around for the attackers to have to clear out every bit of utility and every bit of roam presence you have, simply you just have to wait around and click on heads when they walk through these fatal funnels. We've got Room, who is, again, playing aggressive, clearly feeling confident. He's holding an active angle towards the bottom of main stairs. Thankfully for his life, there will not be anyone pushing that. It's simply going to be kitchen pressure. You've got 3 players there, and you've got someone working their way around towards the blue side. You establish that crossfire from blue into Arsenal. That could be a very strong position to hold, but with Cryonax lining up Inception and Room nearly finding one as well, that is already going to stall out a struggling attack.
Absolutely fried. AG is somehow alive. didn't get fragged. Cryonax gets even more aggressive, now losing his life. A blunder over there by UCSD. However, they have time on their side as we just dove into sub 60 seconds. The top hatch play was temporarily shut down, but that's still an avenue that the attackers can push on through. They're electing to still go for this oil blue take, sitting their drones downrange and confirming the location of the defenders. But you also have the Ayana in play, an operator that increases your drone economy and will allow you to go for swings exactly like that. Now being felled is Pudgy Wudgy, an operator who has 3 of those smoke toxic babes, 30 seconds of denial, and everybody's going to start to find their frags, start to find their casualties. Cosmic has control of the first, but he doesn't have the diffuser. That is Hyena still on the other side of the map, who just was forced to drop the B hatch. Everybody's going to have to swing from UCSD, and hopefully they're able to land their 2 explosive devices, the impact grenades and nitro cells, but they are nowhere near that zip code.
The Goyo caught in dirt is going to be cut on down, and it's all up to Room in a 1v3. This is the player you want in this situation, but this particular instance is not looking too good. He's got to get aggressive and find 3 kills. The flick onto 1 will not be there, and the shots from Blue will rain on in, connecting with at least 50 HP of the Malusi. That's going to be Slash. He is really challenging this angle over and over again for no reason at all, but he will still win that gunfight. And once again, a round that came down to a lot of 1v1 gunfights ended up going in the favor of Oklahoma State.
Yeah, you have to win your gunfights at the end of the day. You also have to be prepared for the pushes, and I think UCSD was playing that far too aggressive. They knew where the push was coming from. They knew that by the amount of drones that were just flooding in through Blue. That means that there's like 2 people at minimum over there, and fortunately for them, there were 2 people over there. And they were just sitting in the middle of the open, in no man's land, and get failed as a result of that. You have to be calculating with your micro positioning. And if you're just out in the middle of nowhere, you're just going to die repeatedly. Now, CCTV tends to follow in a very similar vein, where there's a lot of positions that are open, especially if the attackers start to establish a crossfire. East Breach falls. Well, where are you going to position yourself? Over into cache. Well, if they start to push into construction, top red or rafters, those power positions become very awkward to hold.
This bomb site, making its debut here in round number 2, it comes down to a couple of approaches. You've got many attacking teams will simply go for your default take. You can open up that CC wall, you can get some rafters pressure going, and you can get that crossfire established on CCTV. Of course, your second option is to really stack quite a bit of attacking pressure on that construction side. You enter from the jacuzzi wall, you clear out any sort of extension, and from there, then you rotate a hard breacher around, maybe get a crossfire going on that platform wall, and go for a cache side take. Both are very viable options, and often comes down to how the attackers get a read of the defense. Because if there's an active bandit trick, like there may be right now from Cryonax, it is so difficult to actually get this plat wall open unless you come from below. AG Meow's job is to stall out the vertical play, stall out the opportunity for any attacker, that's probably going to be Slash, who looks to come from below to get those impact grenades, cutting down those bandit batteries. But if AG Meow can do his job well, it's going to have to be a push from elsewhere. That's why we're going to see Inception going for those nades, trying to cut down the bandit batteries, and finally, that will be the case. Cryonax will reposition. He could go for the trick again. Now that Inception, he will actually do so, but he's going to be too late now that the Selma charges have gone down. So that's going to be the platform wall open, the pressure mounting from the west side, and Oklahoma State starting to fry some people. Chow is actually going to get cut down. I'm not sure from where. That's Cosmic who finds it. A brilliant shot from Slash will remove Cryonax from play as well. Now a 5v3.
Over in red is going to be an incredibly crucial area for UCSD to continue to hold. Pudgy Wudgy's going to have to couple this as well as he's stuck over in the cash box side, not prepared for the prone angle, now losing his life. A re-challenge to top red. Room in a perfect position. Gets off the angle, moving his mouse just slightly, but still able to go for the readjustment. He pre-establishes nitro cell. If he gets any type of information, anybody gets close there, he's going to be able to detonate it. He will do exactly that. A little bit of HP has been lost by one of the attackers, but it's not enough to be significant. Panoma picks the bomb back up and starts the diffuser process again, holding the cross over into the Raptors garage side, and shots exchange. Room losing a little bit of his HP, but he's cut off in a terrible position. Nowhere for him to really rotate, and just hoping somebody will peek into him. He does not have time as an asset. He's going to have to start to flood his wings once.
Well, the first one, it's not going to work out too well. He's going to go for the swing on the platform wall. Nobody is in sight. It's a 4v1, and victory is now firmly in the hands of Oklahoma State. The diffuser, with all the time pretty much running out, and with Room choosing to just sit behind this garage wall and just pad the KD just a little bit, save those deaths from raining out on True, and maybe taking the time to talk it over with his team while he does a bit of a dance outside the garage. So another good attack from Oklahoma State. That's 2 rounds in a row. We said how important it was for Oklahoma State to win these attacking rounds, not just specifically OK State, but generally attacking teams as a whole here. But for OK State as well, with the match on the line, they need to line up a couple of rounds here more than ever. They've done so 2 rounds in a row, and they've done so pretty cleanly, Chief.
And I like how UCSD was trying to set things up, but they also put some very unique deployable shields, particularly the Goyo shield over in lobby. I'm not sure if that was a position for defenders to get aggressive and swing over by the 45-degree angle door or whatnot, but it didn't work out for them. If they put the deployable shield probably anywhere else, you put it in top red facing towards construction. You put it in top red facing towards the east breach, which did get opened up. Or you even put it over in rafters to allow your player to have a little bit more flexibility. It would have provided so much more cover. However, again, it just comes down to how UCSD wanted to go for that hold. Another kind of critical aspect was the fact that Bandit was able to exist so long on the east wall, trying and tempting those impact tricks to work out in the end.
We're going back to the same bomb site. That is no surprise. We're going to see how UCSD can correct this hold. The pressure from OK State, we talked about it a little bit, those checklists that Oklahoma State really needed to get under their belt, and honestly, they did so quite efficiently. They pressured from all angles. They got the plat wall open. You have the construction and the window pressure just all building at the same time, and that resulted in something that, surprisingly so, UCSD could not handle. There were too many angles they had to worry about, and even though they won a couple of those 1v1s, or rather just one of those 1v1s, they could not deal with the rest. OK State did a good job there grouping up and playing together, and even though the site pressure was relinquished later in the round than Oklahoma State would have liked, it was a clean attack. It was a 4v1 in the end. It was nearly flawless, you could say, and well, they're going to be looking to repeat that success on the very same bomb site again. This time we're going to have Hyena. He's going to be bringing out the Hibana so that can work to apply pressure from multiple sides, or at least make the clearing out of rafters all that much easier. He'll cut down Room, who opts to get over-aggressive on the billiards window, and a good pick that now puts Oklahoma State on the front foot once again.
I think Room is kind of getting a little bit too aggressive. He found himself in a great position in the previous round where he had so many kills. Chow's gonna also get super aggressive, trying to swing the east breach, not looking in his corners. And when you go for that swing, you have to look both directions, not only for the potential attacker to be sitting there, but also for the potential of having a claymore there. So, an oversight by 2 defenders getting super aggressive is going to put UCSD in a very bad position. But fortunately, and his gun is going to find its target. That lovely bandit gun. The submachine gun of CollegiateR6 will collect more than a nice headshot and a step in the right direction, but Slash will even the odds once again. That's a 4-2 split.
AG Meow, he's backing off this angle, challenging this time and time again, but the Nitro Cell will rain out in the meantime from Cryonax. But now Cryonax is caught in a 1v3, and the spray through the wall from Slash finds its target, and Oklahoma State have taken another decisive attacking victory on this cache and CCTV bomb site. Where was this Oklahoma State just one map ago? It seems that everything is going right. They know how aggressive San Diego are being, and they are punishing them finally for that behavior. We saw the swing from Room from billiards, the swing out of garage door from the Wamai, both of which were constantly under watch, and both of which were punished. critical mistakes being made there from San Diego, gifting a couple of free kills to this Oklahoma State attack and being punished for it for the first time. San Diego clearly feeling that even if one kill happens here or there, that their gunners on site will be able to pull it back. But this time, the coordination of Oklahoma State, at least for the time being, is too much for them to handle.
And the thing is, you can make roams work on both bomb sites. And it's particularly here downstairs in the basement. However, it seems like UCSD, instead of doing, a calm, cool, collected roam, they're just deciding to throw everything towards the attacking team of Oklahoma State, and that's just not the optimal strategy. You need to be really methodical on this map. There's a lot of stairwells that you can work your way up and down, but they can also work against you. A well-placed drone is going to catch them off guard, them being the defenders rotating. And also, if you're flying out a door, you kind of need to be prepared for an attacker to be in every single possible place. And a lot of defenders forget that there's so many locations outside on the east side of the map. You can be upstairs over by the shipping docks. You can be down low. You can be on the breach. You could be over by the black trash bags. So unless you know exactly where the attackers are, a run out is just too risky.
Well, we've got some more information focus. It's not necessarily going to aid in those runouts this time, as it's the Echo rather than someone like a Valkyrie. But the Echo drones are going to be a pretty big factor, and one that Oklahoma State will have to deal with. They can be quite helpful when it comes to those arsenal full kitchen drop sends that are so common, and send it back to that 20-second meta of old, where everyone just drops down kitchen all at the same time, and the frags rain out as a result. The Echo drones, the Yokai drones as well, they can just shut down any plan. They can provide all that intel if you tuck them properly away in the corners. But the thing is, with the Echo, since this change, since he was been released from that quarantine period, you could say, and they're no longer invisible. Those drones are much easier to spot out. So now you need to learn some pretty high IQ Echo drone positions to tuck them away until you hear the plant going down. What that means, though, is that the call needs to be there that the plant is going down. Otherwise, the Yokai drones are actually never going to be a factor. The Echo has to get on his camera, reposition the drones, only then can you stop the plant. And at least in these 3 rounds, the information game, it seems that the coordination in all aspects is lacking for San Diego. So something that bringing out the Echo may be honestly furthering. It could be indicative of a further problem if they're not careful. But we only have a minute left in this round. Very little has actually happened in terms of on-site pressure, but finally, the blue pressure from Slash is mounting. Narrowly missed the opportunity to take down the Wamai, but the shots are going up to Wamai. That was the Echo, rather, and the shots are not going to connect. They're actually going to be raining on his direction from Cryonax.
The hatch was opened up 60 seconds ago. The impact grenades never found their target, and they could find an attacker if they're looking the wrong direction, but Kyrax is going to select one. Almost finding another one. Slash is going to lose even more of his HP. Stuck over by Oil Pit. He's now going to also have to deal with not only that Nitro Cell, but the smoke toxic bangs. Pudgy Wudgy has one more left that he can utilize. Slash on a crouch block has now lost his life. Oklahoma State starting to crumble in this round, but answered back as Sledge just pushes into Church. It's going to be a hot drop now by Hyena, the only remaining member. Forced to find 2 more kills. Diffuses to run it over in Church. It's an impossible endeavor to be in. What? He has the pre-fire information since somebody's just holding Mouse 1 down, but the Echo drones are going to catch him off, stunning him and forcing him to be as drunk and stain. The swing by Pudgy Wudgy collects him in the end. UCSD wins their first round of defense.
A good performance there. Again, it came down to the tomfoolery on site in the last 20 seconds, but this time it was UCSD who made it happen. In those previous rounds, the one that went so successful for Oklahoma State, a lot of earlier traction was found, earlier kills, earlier map control was taken. This time, it did come down to the wire, in part just because a bit of a delay. Slash wasn't able to make his presence felt in blue as much as he was just a couple of rounds ago. And as a result, San Diego was able to take those 1v1 gunfights that they very much love to take over and over again, and that they often prevail in. So that'll be the first round for San Diego, the first of possibly many if they can correct some of their secondary bomb site mistakes. Instead of opting to do that, they're going to head straight to the tertiary bomb site. We're going to see gym and bedroom the next site of choice.
And I love this site simply because, well, it'll kind of facilitate UCSD's style of play. They want to be aggressive. Well, this bomb site will make you aggressive. You're going to be holding just about every possible buffer room, whether or not it's gold, whether or not it's logi, construction, cache, and CCTV. And you have to uniquely tailor your operator lineup to meet that. That means bringing out more deployable shields. It means bringing out more impact grenades, particularly if you want to hold cache CCTV successfully. However, there are no impact grenades to be seen, so it's going to put a lot of strain on the bandit batteries wherever they're being placed. 2 of them have already been forced over to the west side of the map over by spawn, which means the other bandit batteries are going to be somewhere over in cache. And that's going to be free reign for the attackers to open up where they're not placed. There's 3 walls on the east side, 2 of them towards the south. 2 bandit batteries will be placed towards the south, which means a well-placed ace charge over by red stairs immediately cracks open all of cache. And the defenders are going to either have to retreat early on or just hold their ground and win once.
Well, all 10 operators will still remain on the board. No 1v1s have really come to fruition quite yet, but they are soon around the corner as the cache pressure is mounting from this attack. Slash and Hyena, their first job is to kill or at least force these 2 cache extended defenders out of position. The Z-pings are there. They know exactly where both Cryonax and AG Meow are holding, but you do have Chow. He is supporting that hold from the construction side as well. A couple of soft destruction holes made by that shotgun will allow that to happen, and the firebolt will actually miss on Cryonax. Both of these players are happily wasting the time away on this extension. The one danger, though, is when they do get killed, if they get killed, that is a lot of manpower you've lost. It just needs to be the amount of time that they take out. They need to take out just enough time so that even if they die in the next few moments, it will have been worth it. Clearly the coordination, it's lacking again from Oklahoma State. They're not quite able to force this out. In the meantime, Chow, he's gonna capitalize, cutting down Inception on the jump out. Hyena will find one, but not before AG Meow can line up a double kill. The cache clear has failed miserably. Slash and Cosmic, they're the last 2 remaining attackers. One head will be presented, but Slash will take a head for his own. A 3v2 now with UCSD. They've got the man advantage, and they've got the time constantly ticking away, working for them. The 11th man in the lobby doing wonders for this defense.
And the attackers are going to have to link back up together and try to push together as a team. They find themselves in a hurdle, but it's not going to be as bad as it could be. It's only a man disadvantage by 1. And there's some members on UCSD that are incredibly low HP. Another snake play for Slash. He was able to find one doing this once before, but he's not prepared for Room, who's found himself in a new abode over by Logiana. Pre-fires are going to be answered that. Room finds one, attempting to collect the second one, but runs out of ammo in his Vector, and now it's Slash, able to find another, down to a 1v1. Slash on lower HP, and Pudgy Wudgy doesn't know where he is. Slash has found himself over in the bathroom. The pre-fires give himself away. The SMG-11 will not win the gunfight, and Pudgy Wudgy falls. Slash, either miraculous hero play, keeps his team alive in round 5, a round that they had no business winning.
Well, that one was great to see from Slash. Obviously, a brilliant clutch in a seemingly impossible situation. But then again, Pudgy Wudgy could have simply backed off and run away. Like, if he had just backed down the main stairs, that would not have happened. Of course, he wasn't certain that he could back down the main stairs because he did not know where Slash was positioned, and backing off of a pretty strong angle is often quite a mistake. But in that case, obviously, hindsight 2020, we saw exactly where the players were positioned, so we can tell them what the better decision was in hindsight, but a gunfight did unfold, and Slash did make it happen. So a good win there for the captain of this OK State team, hoping that that is exactly what they need to continue their attacking momentum. We talked about how critical these attacking rounds were, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but with 4 rounds under their belt on the attacking side, on a map like Clubhouse, things are all of a sudden looking quite up for Oklahoma State.
It's also the same storyline that we saw in map 2 of Oregon. It's a player in this lobby just popping off, winning their gunfights, and just being better. You know, in the previous map, it was Room Room. Now it's Slash's turn. And hero plays might be the answer to everyone's prayers. If your strategy fails, your gunfights are failing, well, you just bring in your superstar fragger, he wins his ones, and he just obliterates everybody. I mean, look at Room Room right now, sitting at 2 and 3. There has been a change. The only thing that has changed is the map. Maybe UCSD isn't as confident on this map, or maybe Room Room is just playing super aggressive. He's prepared to go for the run out. He can hear players starting to repel up, but he's not going to go for it. That was a perfect position to be in. He actually will dish out some damage to Kanoma with the impact grenade. So not all is lost, but everyone will be alerted.
Kanoma actually finds himself on the other side of the map. His feet, I believe, were shot out just a little bit by Chow, who is content to just hold the bottom of Garage and support the player in Rafters 90 at the moment. Chow is just going to be swinging back and forth, hoping this aggression can bring things back in Cryonax. A couple of tap fire. That is going to be the end of Kanoma. Chow, with that angle now secured, is going to go for the swing, but he was detected for just a moment, the shorter detection time, costing him that potential kill, and Hyena will cut down the bandit. In the meantime, goodbye Cryonax. It's going to be a 4v4. Slash, he's already up in a construction due to the lack of pressure provided by the defense on that master side. The only player to worry about is Room Room. He just made his pressure felt by running up to the top of the master stairs. The call went out, and Slash would be rotating around, but since the Vigil has since fallen off that angle and rotated around to the basement, it is going to be back towards that construction focus. The one thing that's happening right now that San Diego can capitalize on is the fact that the platform wall, the CCTV main wall, is not being touched at all. That means the defenders can scramble around on that side of the site. The only thing stopping them is the 51 or the CCTV window pressure. And the C4 not finding its target, that's going to mean Chow is no longer safe to hold that. He's going to rotate away and shift W himself straight into Slash, who's found his 12th kill of the map.
I don't know why the defense did not expect him to be down there. That is one of the most common places to be, over in lounge. Now, Room Room, on the other hand, nobody's ever going to expect you to be in oil pit as sub 60 seconds on the clock. So a good frag by him, bringing us back over to an equal man count. But it's also going to be on how critical is time. How are these crossfires, and are they something that the attackers are going to be able to utilize? Well, they don't have the east wall as a crossfire. AG Meow is able to collect one, now making that 2. This is 1v3, 24 seconds left on the clock, into the bomb site. He doesn't have access to the diffuser, is surrendered over in construction side, but this is gunfight to a brief free fire wall bang as AG Meow saves the day for his team, bringing them to a 4-2 split, but only on defense.
AG Meow finding the last 3 kills and pulling it out for San Diego in a big way. Good to see another player on the side of San Diego light up the scoreboard, because it's something that has been so critical for this team. The big storyline, though, Chief, is that Room Room has been completely and utterly shut down. He was on the hottest streak we have ever seen, 21 kills just one map ago, but all of a sudden that fire has diminished, it seems, or at least been suppressed just a little bit. Whether that's because Room Room just isn't vibing right now, this isn't Room Room's map, or because Oklahoma State just have his number, you can't really say. But what you can say is, and you can obviously identify, is that the scoreline is now hugely in Oklahoma State's favor. And with them holding that 4-2 scoreline and just now switching over to defense, things are looking up for this Oklahoma team. They, of course, have the Mozzie on the board. Slash is going to be bringing out the Mozzie for, oddly enough, I think the first time in this series. Chief, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen a lot of Mozzie play, and this is usually an operator, especially on Villa, that Slash loves to play, and the fact that he hasn't been playing it, I think, also means that he hasn't been, well, having a lot of success.
And bad drone economy coming out by UCSD. Most of their drones have already been sniped. Hyena knows there's one behind the jukebox. He can't quite get it. And we have seen Mute Mozzie combinations once. That was back on Villa on one of the kitchen bomb sites, but I think it's been only 1 or 2 rounds. And, Mozzie's a phenomenal operator. The Pizza and Roni Commando are great guns. If you want a 1.5 time sight, the Pizza and Roni is the answer to your prayers. He also brings out a Nitro Cell, but at the end of the day, what he is most known for is the fact that he denies access to the map, directly countering drone play. Not only does he have the ability to destroy the drones, removing it from the attacker's inventory, but he could also hack them, drive them around the map, and give that information now to the defensive side. So an incredibly important operator. He's put his utility in positions where the drones are likely to be. But will they actually stop the intel game of UCSD?
Well, the intel game, you mentioned it, it's already lacking so much. If they throw a couple of more drones in, and even if 1 or 2 of them, only if just one, just like we saw right now, gets snagged by that Mozzie pest, there's not much that San Diego are going to be able to do. You don't like to say that teams are going to lose a round in the prep phase, but without that intel, it's going to make things ever harder. Slash is going to throw away his life as quick as we highlighted that strong play from him, and he's going to walk straight on into AG Meow. A terrible decision that's going to result Slash in his 6-foot grave. The pressure now building heavily in construction. The flashbangs going in. The frag grenade's going to remove the bandit batteries. That is going to allow Chow to open up the wall. No impact trick in sight. The wall is now opened on wide. The only player now no longer on the bomb site itself is Hyena, but he seems content on rotating around and heading back to this bomb site.
Chow, please don't stay on the top hatch. Is an excellent way to get fried. Now Hyena did get fried, so I guess there's that. Pushing up the red stairs was ill-advised. AG Meow is now fallen. He should have been a little bit more coordinated with his teammates. He did that push about 15 seconds later. It could have worked out perfectly. Now Inception still has one more Toxic Babe in his back pocket, able to pin it down range. His feet have been spotted out. Inception's life force has been drained just slightly, now sitting at 15 HP. You had more frag grenades, you can burn them and find those impacts. But he's still alive and able to persist. Claiming now Chow, but losing to the fellow SMG-11 bro on the other side of the team. Konoma left alone in a 1v3, forced leaving his hiding hole over by Top Crafter.
And he's going to clean things up. And San Diego find round number 7. That's going to give them ever closer to accomplishing this deficit, but a clean attacking round that was admittedly more so than ever characterized by Oklahoma State mistakes. Slash in particular just swung on the main door. I mean, Slash is better than that. He's got 12 kills, so obviously he's feeling confident, but there is no reason to make that swing. The drone was on the floor right in front of him. It saw the Mozzie pushing up from stage. That was a free kill. And at that point, Hyena not overly rotating, but doing so abruptly and not checking the lounge player both times. Now, you highlighted that on this first half, Chief, that you've got to know there's going to be a player in lounge. It's one of the most common locations for an attacker to be in stock from main door, pushing in, trying to get that vertical play. Hyena didn't check it before challenging, using the sprint key that you love, Chief, straight on into lounge, and he died as well. So a couple of free kills just given to them in San Diego. They are good enough where they can capitalize on that every time.
And maybe this map is just going attacker-sided. We've seen clubhouses go this way before. However, not with these bans. Maverick Thatcher has become quite default. But when you allow one of them through in favor of a bonnet, we've actually seen this map go attacker-sided. The reason is, good luck ever holding those walls. They're going to get cracked open somehow. Whether or not the Maverick is drawing a line, or whether or not the Thatcher is opening it up. Now here you can make a similar argument. Oh, you're still going to be able to open up the east wall. While that is true, it forces the attackers to spend more of their utility and thus spending more of their time. If you want to open up the east wall now, well, you either have to push in through stocks, you have to push in through CCTV window, and expend explosive utility. That might just be the difference here, but also it might be the defenders just playing super aggressive.
It could be. It could be. You gotta take a step back at some point, at least if you're Oklahoma State, and look at the overall scoreline in relation to the series. I mean, yes, they are 1 round up, but they cannot be playing overly confident. They are 2 maps down in a best of 5. The reverse sweep is required. And every single gunfight, as it is proven all night long, will shape the course of not only the round, not only the map, but possibly the series as a whole. If Slash is going to do that critical mistake again, there's no hope in my eyes for Oklahoma State. It just, not specifically because Slash is necessary. Every player on this team is putting up pretty solid numbers and is contributing, but if we see the mentality of Oklahoma State is persisting to be that swing everything mentality, that's just not a good sign going forward.
I love this Maestro camera. We've seen it once before in competitive play where you place it up in Logi office facing down and you just open up your camera and it just destroys the X-Kyro pellets. This is going to force the attackers to deal with this quickly. Now, you don't need to do a lot. All you need to do is open up Logi hatch. You can just drop in and hit it with your sledgehammer. You can send explosive utility downrange, but it's imperative that the attackers identify that quickly. And Jay-Z, is that the diffuser isolated over on the west side of the map? Nobody to get it? Okay, Pudgy Wudgy was there. I couldn't quite see him through the wall. I was going to be concerned because, well, UCSD has left a diffuser in spawn once before. It cost them a lot, but miraculously, they're also able to win that round.
Thankfully for them will not happen again in round number 8. It's going to come down to this roam clear. That's going to be their first focus. Hyena, he's going to, I believe, did he just shoot Slash once?
Oh, absolutely he did.
Okay, well, Slash is going to take a bit of damage from his teammate. A C4 raining on straight up into CCTV, but nobody is there. You've got a Hibana pressuring alone from the strip side in from bathroom. You've got an Ash, also kind of alone upstairs, but will be now supported by Pudgy Wudgy. The vertical play has roughly been obtained by San Diego, but they do need to get this going a bit quicker. Hibana isn't even close to kitchen right now. I mean, of course she's close, but hasn't quite cleared out every position. But with the call going in, Chow will make the rotation that is necessary to get this hatch on opened up. With those pellets going down, we can expect the impact trick from below, and that's exactly what will happen. But in fact, it's going to be the play from above that does it. The Evil Eye has not been taken care of, and that's going to actually remove a couple of those Hibana pellets. Chow has his eye on it, but without any player in Logi, without Pudgy Wudgy actually dealing with that Maestro Evil Eye, finally he will. He'll come in with the sledgehammer and smash that, but that is a good bit of time waste. Combine that with the impacts that both Konoma and Cosmic now have, the time is dwindling away for this attack.
All of those X-Kyro pellets are being yeeted into oblivion. Impact Missiles found their target. The Maestro cameras found their target, but eventually the buff to Hibana is going to work out perfectly. The hatch has been opened up, but there is only one set of X-Kyro pellets left. That's going to be in the 2x6 configuration, and there are still members roaming off-site. Kyro's going to find himself down but not out. AG Meow is going to have to go for the gunfight, flex with the pistol, straight on the swing, goes for the hip fire on ADS's. It's going to cost him his life. Actually, he was still able to win that somehow. A miraculous play. Alex, an RNG hip fire, now with 15 seconds left. Hyena pushing up through kitchen, able to collect 2 with perfect trigger discipline. Now it's Room against 3 over in Dirt Tunnel, nowhere near the diffuser. It's a hopeless round, but at least he can start to pad his stats as he knows his way around the Maestro.
Operators, you have run out of time.
Oklahoma State will narrowly win that round on the play of Hyena and Hyena alone. The flank into kitchen was perfectly timed, waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and Oklahoma State will not allow themselves, or not allow the momentum and the round advantage that they've accrued to slip away. Now extending that lead to 2 rounds, sitting at 5-3 with that basement site victory. A couple of up and downs in that round for Oklahoma State and San Diego alike, but the big difference, and something we highlighted going into this round, is the importance of the mentality of Oklahoma State, and we could not see them allowing themselves to fall victim to the very same mistakes. They didn't. They played it more passively. They used utility a bit smarter, and they didn't go for that crazy flank until later in the round where, honestly, it was perfectly timed. So a good job there to bring things back on that basement bomb site, but now they're heading over to CCTV and Cash once again.
What an interesting change on operators without AG Meow playing the primary entry role on the Ash, but electing to 6-pick into the IQ. this might be prompted to grab those also crucial Valkyrie cameras that Hyena is constantly relaying information to his team. However, that seems to be a heavy weight on utility. I mean, IQ doesn't bring a lot of utility other than her gadgetry itself, the scanner that finds the electric units. Instead, she has access to the gun that goes burr. Instead, we're not going to see that at all in favor of a commando and a claymore. Not really the best, especially if you need explosive utility. Now, fortunately, we don't see a single deployable shield other than the one that is being brought out by smoke. So if you have a frag grenade or you have the 2 impact grenades from Zofia, you can make this work. However, it's just something that you don't see commonly.
Well, I'm gonna further that point, Chief, and talk about something that you always like to mention. It's the opportunity cost of bringing these operators. Because don't get me wrong, IQ is a strong pick in the right situation. But at every turn, you have to look at all of the operators you have available to you and realize what you're losing when you're bringing someone more creative. That's something we see. The problem with a Zero all the time is a Zero is such a good operator. You've got 4 cameras that you can use just like Valve cameras to get all that intel, get that flank watch going. But if you're gonna lose out on an Ashe and the possibility of bringing someone else, maybe that's not the best decision. Well, Inception is gonna use those toxic babes very well, speaking of utility, and he's gonna finally get the down Pudgy Wudgy off the board. A quick answer was found, though, as Hyena has also found himself in the grave, getting aggressive and tempting fate once again, but this time choosing to play that a bit smarter and rotate away.
So Pudgy Wudgy died early, was down by a knife, so finished off by a toxic babe, being facilitated by a camera of Hyena. You 6-picked into an IQ. If you're going to make that 6-pick, at least use the utility, because that was truly a senseless death. Now, sure, Pudgy Wudgy dropped the hatch. He was trying to establish a crossfire with his teammates, playing it super aggressive, but you had the, IQ somewhere in the vicinity. Just pull out your secondary and just ground that information. You have to utilize that. But nonetheless, we're going to find ourselves in the latter parts of the round. Sub 60 seconds. The attacker is still utilizing that vertical destruction, as well as the crossfires over by the East Breach. Konoma's now going to fall, and the attackers have the man advantage.
Konoma getting a bit tunnel vision on the vertical play, and the Breach, which was wide open right in front of him, is going to end up with the Jaeger in the grave. You've got Slash, who seems to be aware of the player inbound, but cannot quite get the sight line. He is also aware of the Breach, and the fact that Cryonax is playing that tight. But another ill-timed movement from Cosmic will find him in the grave. Here comes AG Meow. Slash will line up one. Inception will find the follow-up. It's a 2v2 now from some brilliant play from these remaining defenders, but the swings are gonna have to come through. Inception wielding a toxic babe instead of a shotgun. He's gonna find the grave. Slash is gonna have to clutch it up once again. The time is not there, so Room needs to stick the plan. He's behind the hard wall, so he's not going to be cut down. The pre-fire from the Roni will not net the kill. Slash is going to have to find this the old-fashioned way, by swinging the angle and clicking on some heads. Room, though, he's aware of this. He's going to go for the swing, and a critical mistake from Room will give the round to Slash as well.
Room went for the swing because the deployable shield was placed there. He couldn't make a vault because if he went for the vault, his head would be exposed by the angle. He could have tried to retreat back up the green box, but again, his head would have been exposed. So he figured his only option was to swing. And honestly, out of all the options, at least he took the gunfight. I mean, it's a bad position to be in at the end of the day. He went for the plant there because that's where the diffuser was dropped. But honestly, it was probably on his crossfire. We saw AG Meow just kind of send it in and not cover his teammate. If they were together, it would have been a completely different thing. They would have had a crossfire. They would have been looking into red. But AG Meow needs to tone down that aggression just slightly. And here we are. It is currently a 6-3 scoreline. It is match point for Oklahoma State. And they've been here before, unable to seal the deal. Will UCSD be able to deliver 3 rounds in a row and find ourselves in overtime?
Well, 1 round is certainly probable, given that the tertiary bomb site is now required from Oklahoma State, given the back-to-back successful defensive rounds. But it's also going to have to come down to how quickly and efficiently UCSD can make this attack happen. Tertiary bomb sites are often the coolest rounds to see unfold. not only because we don't see them as often as the others, but because they can be so back and forth in terms of their overall progression. The reason I bring that up is because not only are they harder to defend, but some would say they're harder to attack as well. Not because of the nature of the site per se, but more because these are the bomb sites that you don't attack all that often. You're focused on stratting other bomb sites. Every single map, you are going to attack 2 bomb sites almost every single time. Attackers know this and they are ready for it. When you throw in a tertiary bomb site in the mix, and if you can get a pretty solid defensive setup going, all of a sudden, it can be seemingly impenetrable. That's why every once in a while you love to see a team really bring out the tertiary bomb site as their bomb site of choice, as their primary choice going in. Because if you play it well, time waste can be such a factor because attacking teams don't know the best way to approach. You can get a couple of great frags, being in some good unknown positions, and maybe that's exactly what Oklahoma State need here. But already, the cache extension is going to be coming under fire, but Slash, with the SMG-11, he's not going to mind. He's going to take out the head of Pudgy Wudgy.
And Jonah, you're absolutely right. And I think what separates, higher level teams and lower level teams is how they end up scrimming. So higher level teams do something called, 2-2s or 6-6s, where you go to every bomb site twice. So that means your tertiary bomb site will be played twice, both on the attacking side, both on the defending side. And that gives you the opportunity to experiment, learn how to attack, and things like that. However, I have a suspicion that lower level teams don't. They find themselves in the pit that you were just describing, where if you're doing just a best of 7, you might not get, the biggest bang for your buck. Everybody is going to start to YOLO into the bomb site. UCSD has decided they just want to swing for the fences. It has cost them 2 of their men, but fortunately for them, CollegiateR6 is still alive, able to claim 1 the all to now follow.
Well, the push in top red stairs is going to be successful from Chow, but Cosmic and Slash will find an immediate response. It's going to be all up to the ace. That's Cryonac. He's got the AK-12, a formidable weapon, but the lack of HP is going to make this 1v3 clutch a brutal one, to say the least. He's bringing out the hollow sight, which is fun to see. You don't usually see that on the AK-12 when you have the 2x scope as your option, but, well, Cryonax fully realizes the dire nature of this situation. The information game is there, the Evil Eye is providing that. Everybody knows where Cryonax is now positioned. The sound call on main stairs is there. Slash has repositioned, Hyena has repositioned, and the frags will land. Oklahoma State find their footing, finally, and they will take 1 map for their own, finally doing it on Clubhouse.
Well, the series is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have to go and not reset the bracket, but move on to another round. And that will be Cafe. Everybody wants to keep this series alive. Nobody wants to give it up. But aggression has been kind of the theme where everybody wants to go. Are we too aggressive? Are we not enough aggressive? And honestly, we've been pretty much everywhere on that spectrum.
Yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth. We've seen the gun skill from San Diego really shining, and on Clubhouse, it was a little bit of everything. It is a strat-heavy map after all. It's not as frag-heavy as Oregon or Cafe, as we're about to see, so definitely feeding into Oklahoma State's play style. But what's concerning for them could be Cafe, which is coming up in just a moment, where the gun skill is really what shines through at the end of the day. Of course, it's not Coastline. It's not that kind of extreme frag-heavy map, but it is a spicy one, to say the least. I'm looking forward to it, Chief. I know you are as well, and everyone, we're going to have to wait just a few minutes to see how it's going to unfold. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we will be right on back.
Darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CR6 here in the grand final. Things are starting to get a little bit more interesting as it won't be a shutout. We currently find ourselves moving on over to map number 4, which will be Cafe. My co-caster today, he knows no introduction. Jay-Z will be joining me, and of course CDC and Max also in the background. And I think, my friend, I have to give some love to Mr. Mango Salsa himself.
Yeah, making this all happen. And also, I guess I can send a message from Mr. Tango, of course, that we've got season 6 coming up in just a few weeks with the registration closing at midnight tonight. We're getting there. We've got about 2 hours left in this one. Check my little non-existent watch there. Sign up for quals. We've got 128 teams getting in there signed up. We've got a $10,000 prize pool. Yes, I didn't misspeak. $10,000 CR6 prize pool. Come and get that bag here at CR6. Sign up before midnight. You've got 2 hours. But our focus is back on this map. We've got some crazy gameplay in front of us. We saw 2 maps that were pretty one-sided. San Diego pulling it out, the Oregon throw, you could say, from Oklahoma State with the 6-2 lead tossed away to the hands of San Diego was not something they wanted to do, but they brought it back in map number 3, and they're going to make this best of 5 go all the way in true Oklahoma State fashion, I suppose.
Yeah, they love their comebacks. They love their reverse sweeps. And, maybe this is their time, like they're playing with their food. They're toying with their food. They want to give San Diego a sense of hope, a sense of accomplishment, and then they just rip it away. They give them like a big, nice, juicy burrito, and then they take it at the last moment and then just, gorge on it. So
well, the danger with playing with your food, Chief, is that it can always just spring up and slug you in the face. So
when was the last time you were slugged by a burrito?
Listen, it happens sometimes. It happens. That's what's happening right now for Oklahoma State, it seems. But going into Cafe, they've got another chance to work out those kinks, polish things off, and defend that championship. But San Diego clearly have it on their mind to shut this down. Cafe is a map that San Diego chose to go here tonight, and honestly, I'm not surprised. Their gun skill that has shined through for the most part on these previous maps will probably shine through again on Cafe. This is a frag fest of a map. I talked about it before the break. It's not Coastline, of course. It's not the attacker-sided frag fest that Coastline may be, but it is a very frag-focused map, especially on the top floor bomb site. Bar and Cocktail is one of those bomb sites that you just send it on into Piano, and that's all your checklist. You clear Pixel, and then you click heads. That is one option for attack. It's something we see so often, and something that we're going to likely see again. The big ban, Chief, that I'm loving to see right now, it's not the Thatcher, of course. It's the Blackbeard. No more Blackbeard crutch for these teams. We saw it too much on Oregon. We saw it too much throughout this series so far. Not a factor on Cafe, and I love to see it.
And you see San Diego is going to find themselves in a terrible position. Let's look at these bands. Blackbeard and Valkyrie. What CTU are they from? Well, they're Navy SEALs. Navy SEALs' home is in San Diego. I think I see something. Put your tinfoil hats on quickly. That is the biggest, FU band that you can have, because it's hard to find, a parallel between a team and, well, a particular location. However, we have found the geographical comparison. Now, San Diego, they're going to have to fight not only for their spirit, not only for their victory, but for their Navy SEAL brethren.
Ooh. I'm hoping Konoma sticks the Frost. This could be big. You love to see the Frost pick. The Warden to the Frost, it will be confirmed. We're going to have the Canadian operator making her debut on Cafe Dostoevsky tonight, and those Frost mats maybe will be doing their wonders. On this bomb site, you don't usually see the Frost, something more reserved for that first floor hold. But Chief Frost is one of those operators that has found herself sneaking on into the meta. It's weird to say, but since the addition of the deployable shield and that secondary shotgun, she has become quite a viable operator. Of course, you talk about the opportunity cost, and that's one thing. But you do have a deployable shield. That is probably the most significant piece of utility on defense. Obviously, it's not going to find you a kill like a C4 would, but it honestly may result in some kills due to the time waste factor that simply one shield can be. I'm loving what we're seeing right now as well from Konoma. He's using that deployable shield to protect the Pixel player from the long angle from the AC unit on that east side. Very often, we will see a player go on that AC unit on the east side, which is really hard to see from the spectator cam just because of the way this map works. But you're going to establish that long angle through Whitehall, shutting down that Pixel player as soon as possible. With that deployable shield, that will not be possible without using quite a bit of utility.
You know what? I want Oklahoma State to just to send it. Give me more deployable shields. We've actually seen a strategy in multiple leagues, multiple teams, and professional play. But there's 5 deployable shields. It was something, to say the least. It actually worked out pretty well because it forced the attackers to spend absolutely all of their explosive utility. That was back in Utility Consumption Simulator all those months ago, but it's something that's still viable. And something that's unique is the fact that we see, well, no smoke in play. We see the mute in favor. Now they're utilizing the mute more or less like a bandit, denying access to those walls and forcing the attackers to break it on down. Pudgy Wudgy is the only true hard breacher since he's bringing out that ace, and Slash decides to vault out of garage, goes for the teabag, loses all of his HP, and dies. What?
Big brain rotation, maybe, but maybe it's just too big brain for me, at least. I can't quite see the validity of it. I'm sure Slash will have something to say about that if we get a chance to speak to him later, but without that core fragger on the board, of course, the chances of seeing him later are looking increasingly slimmer by the moment. Cryonax is going to take a bit of damage. Konoma going to dish out a little bit of that Frost Canadian justice, but no fatal kill being delivered there. It's Hyena instead, who will remove AG Meow from play. The Ashe will not be able to establish the vertical play that seemed to be her intent. It's a 4v4 now as we cross that 60-second mark, and this bathroom shield from Konoma is still very much a factor. Obviously, his attention has been strained. He's going to be looking over towards that cigar side as the pressure's building from there, and finally, he'll be cut down as a result of that. That is a serious problem now. You still have that deployable shield up, but the player has been dealt with, and now the bathroom rotate is vulnerable. Cryonax, he's going to line up Inception. Now it's a 2v4.
There's still offsite pressure for Hyena, looming in a position where he might be able to find kills, but his teammate on site, Cosmic, has now fallen. So Hyena's going to have to utilize the explosive residue in those holes to either stop down the plant or go for a miraculous clutch. He's going to work his way up the red stairs, taking some damage by those track singers. He made an audible scream, and that means Xiao's going to rotate to the red, finishing him off. And UCSD wins the round, and the first round of Cafe will go to the attackers. What a perplexing round, to say the least, particularly Slash. Jonah, I want to go back to that. Why? Why did Slash do that? Can somebody justify that for me, please?
Maybe someone in Twitch chat, maybe someone with a big brain like Snail can have the answer for us. But right now, I'm confused. I know you are as well. I have seen that rotation. Mine does as well, man. I have seen that rotation before. It is a rotation that some people can make. It shows that you're smart. You know the map layout. You know what you can and cannot do. But why was the question? What was the situation that indicated to Slash that he should throw himself out of a window, expose his position, and get absolutely destroyed? Unclear at the very least. But while that decision was most apparent, I'd argue the bigger pick and the one that shaped the round even more was the kill onto Konoma, who was playing in bathroom. The deployable shield was still facing Piano. He was still in bathroom. He had a rotate on his right. He could control Whitehall pressure, but he stood up. He was caught slacking, and Chow, who had no utility to actually deal with the deployable shield, found himself a free kill. That is an inexcusable mistake, which then completely degraded the Piano side and Pixel side control that the Frost was utilizing, and all of a sudden, there was no denying any sort of push into bar itself. Konoma could not make his presence felt, and that was all but over for Oklahoma State, at least in that round.
So, I am not the biggest fan of Nomad, just because I think rosters just put too much faith in her. And we've seen time and time again, and God knows how many live streams, the fact that you can shoot an air jab and get flanked and die. And then people will put question marks in all chat and they'll complain that they got fried. I like the adaptation to bring out the gridlock, because sure, gridlock doesn't yeet the defenders into oblivion, flying them through a wall, so it's not as spectacular. But even if a defender wants to do the exact same strategy, go for a flank, they have the option of shooting the track stingers. They have the option of mailing the track stingers. And a track stinger just being destroyed makes a louder sound than an air jab being destroyed. And also, you have to destroy multiple of those track stingers if you want to walk anywhere. So it provides more audible cues, and you couple that with Cafe, a map that has great sound propagation because there's a lot of big opening spaces. It can provide even more information. And, well, a free entry for AJ Meow as he collects himself 2 quick kills. Now, he is below 25 HP, which might bite him down the road, but he's done his job as a primary entry.
An incredible work by AG Meow, finding 2 kills, removing the 416 that Konoma wields from play. Of course, Hyena will find an answer, cutting down Room, no more Zofia. But is that enough to stall out this pressure? Hyena is now actually on the hunt. He's going to be rotating around in reception to support Cosmic, who's playing in VIP. But you combine those 2 pieces of information, and what do you get? 1 player all alone on the bomb site. You know what? I completely lied. You've got no players on the bomb site. Slash is off. He's in Bakery playing the half wall, hoping to stall out this pressure as well, but he's been droned out. Cosmic is actually not in VIP. I was mistaken there. He is on the bomb site. So you do have 1 player on the bomb site itself. But if one of those Selma charges could just go down on that freezer wall or maybe on that big Bakery wall, things would be very different in the speed of this attack. Chow finally cutting down Slash as he rotated back onto the bomb site with only 30 seconds to go, and Hyena and Cosmic is all that's left of this defense, rather.
It's going to be on the backbone of the support player. Hyena still has 1 more Toxic Babe in his pocket. He's going to go for the swing of the red stairs. The shotgun will connect. Getting the confirm down. There's no green threat so far for UCSD. They're going to have to play the objective properly and put the bomb on down. The Toxic Babes might not be able to reach that position. Pudgy Wudgy is going to start to put the plant down, and there's vertical pressure as well as AG Meow holding the cross. They're all going to line up for AG Meow, finding one, whipping over to the second one, but he won't do it. Oklahoma State wins. I believe there was a down in play, or that they got off the diffuser. It was a down and confirmed kill of the planter. The crossfire wasn't as good as what it should have been. A huge oversight by the attacking team of UCSD.
All right, Oklahoma State. They found a round in, again, an interesting and roundabout way of doing so, but the scoreline says all that it will. That was a round that they took. But the interesting part about that round was the fact that there was so little actual on-site pressure, even when there was 30 seconds left. I mean, from the defenders. There was, of course, Slash in Big Bakery, who rotated back in through the rotate hole and eventually, or through the prep door and got cut down because of it, a late rotation, punishing him. Same thing goes for the reception player. Hyena was caught out in reception, but he was very lucky that San Diego made a critical mistake not droning him out, or no sound call happened as well, so he was able to find a free shotgun kill with the M590. A couple of odd positioning decisions have found a couple of kills for Oklahoma State in round number 2, and, well, if that's gonna work for them, then I guess more power to them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This bomb site defense, though, it was a bit broken the last time around in round number 1. Something does have to change here. You still have the Frost, so at least that part of the setup is not going to change, and the Frost is still going to utilize that deployable shield on that white stairs, well, the planks hole. The Goya will be in play as well, so you've got the 3 deployable shields all to work for you. And, well, it's going to be that bathroom pressure that is so critical to hold, in addition to Pixel. You've got double the piano pressure being applied from Oklahoma State right now.
So it's going to be a similar extension downstairs. The thing is, you're going to have to deal with this minigame sooner rather than later. Slash, what are you doing, man? He's over by Big Bakery. He's in a position to go for a run out. The same thing can be applied to his teammate, the Frost, that got eviscerated. Maybe attempting the spawn peek. Not sure what happened to him, but ill-advised, unbridled aggression has now cost him his life. And Oklahoma State is going to find themselves in a similar situation they did back in round 1 with a man disadvantage. Now, fortunately, Slash will be alive, and he has access to a Nitro Cell, so the trade onto the Frost won't be as impactful as it was in round 1. But nonetheless, you never want to be fighting with a man disadvantage.
Well, with 1 minute burned, the attackers have made their necessary progress. They've got the hatches open. They're starting to pressure from this Whitehall window. Slash, again, the roaming Goyo is not something you'd expect to see. He nearly got punished by Chow on the upside-down white stairs window rappel, but he will emerge victorious for the time being. Hyena is the one who does it, in fact. He is going to cut down Cryonax on a brilliant shot through the ticket desk. That was a great shot, and that's going to be 1 kill given to this Pixel player. This is big right here because there's not a lot that it seems San Diego are doing right now to force out this deployable shield. And then you still have another deployable shield in bathroom to fall back to. The double shield is big here, and there's no pressure in sight. Throwing smokes at it isn't going to solve your problem. Of course, that's going to burn your ADSs, but you've got to get that Sophia lifeline doing its work. Finally, the first shield will be dealt with, but Slash is going to capitalize on that tunnel vision and is going to cut down AG Meow as a result.
They just want to go for a strategy of pure chaos, and for Oklahoma State, it's actually working out pretty well. The attacking team, UCSD, has been failing to identify these mini-games, been failing to break down these ADSs, and they're now going to have to fight with a man disadvantage with 37 seconds left on the clock. Hyena is still desperately fishing for a kill, trying to swing around the door frame, attempting to collect another member of UCSD and start to add to his gun total. But Punchy One going straight for the swing on through, collecting 1, but there's a nice answer back. Hyena was prepared for that. A Frostman has grabbed Cho, and now it's a 1v3. Room looking for any possible angle in an attempt to find more members, but Diffuser is surrendered nowhere near him. He knows he's being flanked, and I think he's just going to save his KD and just maybe get 1 more kill to boot. There, it's his kill. Slash is not going to fall, but it doesn't matter since we're on 0-0.
Operators, you are out of time.
Well, Chief, an interesting round, but I'm going to tell you I loved it. And the reason is we actually have something pretty big to talk about here in terms of the overall strategy. Not something I've been able to say in a large part of this series so far in these 1v1 gunfights. What we saw there from San Diego was a odd decision at a split take. They had 1 player on the Heaven Rappel. They had 1 player coming in below in the red hall on that 2nd floor. They had 1 player who was initially on that white stairs rappel as well, and they had 2 players pushing in towards Pixel, right? Normally, that doesn't make any sense at all. And in this case, much of the contrary, just kidding. It's the exact same. Also confusing. There's no reason why they needed to split that attacking pressure so much. A Heaven Rappel is not going to get you anything if you're not applying pressure from below Cocktail or from New Balk as well. You need to be establishing those crossfires. You need to have a more cohesive idea of your attack. There wasn't enough utility on the piano side to deal with those shields. Where was Cryonax? Obviously, he had an earlier death than he would have liked, but they were not grouping up and utilizing their utility properly in a man disadvantage. And when you're down a player, when you're down utility, it is more critical than ever to apply your utility properly. And a Nomad on the Heaven window is not that answer. You need more than just a Zofia to clear out 4 ADS or 2 ADSs, some of my pancakes, and 2 deployable shields. That's not going to happen. And it did not happen for San Diego, even though it actually came down to the wire because, again, San Diego are just goated when it comes to gunfights, apparently. The strat just was not there from the beginning, and they got punished for that indecision and the lack of a cohesive idea.
Don't shoot the bottom of that barricade. Like, I know he wants to have the laser sights go through, but imagine if, they went for the actual run out itself. You might be able to catch one off guard. Now the counter argument to that is, well, they just need a melee at once and then slam you. So I see both sides of the coin, but maybe I just want to go for the Hail Mary, the cool looking Nitro Cell. Something that you also don't see every day is an upside down rappel over by the dining room side, looking into the laundry room. And this is a common highway where we see a ton of defenders electing to go for rotates. And if somebody isn't quite prepared for it, they can lose their life. And that's another reason why we've seen some teams actually go for that reinforcement in that position. Because, well, if it's reinforced, the attackers won't be able to utilize that long line of sight unless they break it down with hard breach gadgetry.
Well, they need to break down first, or at least what this attack needs to break down, is the vertical hold. Konoma has gone unnoticed in piano. At the moment, he's going to be proning around. Chow is going to be going for the crouch walk all alone, unsupported by a drone into Cocktail, but somehow he is going to survive, and somehow it's going to be Slash who ends up finding the grave. Konoma, he's caught out and did not rotate away soon enough, and he will be punished accordingly by Chow on the Nomad. It's going to be a 3v5 now with Oklahoma State on the back foot once again. You've got Cosmic, Hyena, and Inception. They are still on the board and can shut this push down. But with a minute to play and the vertical play now coming out from this attack, it's going to be even harder to anchor on this site. Room, a brilliant headshot onto Inception. Same goes for Cosmic. He's taking quite a bit of damage from above. Not looking good for Oklahoma State here. Room, he'll get a double kill. Finding another Hyena. And just a shift challenge up the back stairs. He'll find one kill that Chow is going to provide him with, but it's a 1v4.
Yeah, bad position to be in, to say the least. He's downstairs with no hope of rotating. He's going to find himself in the waiting arms of Attacker, able to collect one, but he doesn't have a lot of HP to be successful in another one. Known over by Red, the wallbang pre-fire will give him away. Hyena now falls. And it's the big, grandiose plays. They're going to catch Oklahoma State off guard. And I love how everybody is just BMing each other at this point. But at the end of the day, you need to be prepared for every contingency. And part of that contingency is, network. We're obviously not playing on the LAN environment, so everybody's going to be lagging, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But also, it seems like Oklahoma State, they wanted to put a lot of their players upstairs, holding those positions. That's more than fine. However, you have to have information, and you have to be able to play together. As soon as somebody falls, particularly the player on cocktail side, the Jaeger is on an island with almost no hope of rotating back to safety, and indeed, that was the case.
Well, it's 2-2 now, right? You've got things all tied up, and honestly, Chief, this is as cafe as you could ever expect. Cafe is one of those maps that is always so back and forth. It's not generally so defensive side or attacker side, really either way. It's more just, it goes with the flow of the evening. It's going with whatever you're feeling in a particular moment, and it appears that these two teams are feeling they want to go back and forth all night long in this best-of-5 grand final, and I gotta say, I am not disappointed by the way this one's shaking out. We're at round number 5, Oklahoma State. They're going to be heading downstairs to this first floor bomb site. We're going to see this one happen for the second time. If you cast your mind back just a few rounds ago, Oklahoma State were able to pull this round out, if I'm not mistaken, and it was really a lot of tomfoolery that characterized the round. There was a couple of off-site pressure from Oklahoma State that actually ended up paying dividends for this team, and oddly enough, San Diego did not capitalize on the lack of site pressure. I honestly wonder how it's going to unfold this time when you have Konoma already indicating that he is going to be the first player contesting that top-down clear.
I want to actually go back over to the A bomb site. I saw the deployable shield that's kind of concerning to me. It is a shield on the A bomb chassis itself, and yes, it is by the door frame. Teams want to put this shield here so you can swing into prep, but more often than not, I've seen that shield work against the defenders, allow the attackers to place very comfortable or put the bomb down comfortably behind that spot. Why? Well, you plant behind the A chassis. Excellent. Well, if you're a defender, you go for the swing. However, when you go for the swing, you're going to end up shooting a deployable shield and not the attacker. Again, you have to make sure the opportunity cost of utility is panning out for you. But it's just too high. The risk reward for that shield just isn't there, and you need to place it just about everywhere else. If you want to deny that spot, well, you can do long angle tosses with the deployable shield from Java. It accomplishes the exact same thing. It will also allow you to swing the same position, just with not giving the attackers the ability for a free plant.
With 90 seconds to go, it's going to come down to these closing moments. You've got the vertical pressure, of course, being utilized from actually both of these teams. You've got Slash looking on up into Train, but no one is there. It's going to be a full red stairs send, it appears, for this attack, and they're going to have to deal with a player close. That's Inception inside of Kochek, as well as Hyena, who's here in Small Bakery, contesting this as well. Inception's position is now known, now that those Selma charges have been cut down, but that is a huge time waste and a huge use of utility. Now it's going to be a full bakery send. This attack clearly proving to be quite mobile and quite adaptable, but I'm wondering, is this too late? Slash is here waiting to hold off this push. He's gonna do so, taking down one. No trade is there, at least immediately. Slash is gonna be enabled to go for the other swing, and this time it's not gonna go his favor. In fact, it did, at least once, but Pudgy Wudgy finds the kill. This time it's all crumbling for San Diego. They've got no site control, no map control. The only thing they can do here is full send into Bakery. The Toxic Babes are going to obscure their vision and make this push even harder. Kanoma's going to make it harder as well, now utilizing some vertical play on his own. He's going to take down one, nearly the second, but it's the Gridlock Chow who prevails. A 2v3, but there is no time left. The diffuser is going to have to go down. Room finds one, but he's going to be cut down as a result. Hyena, it will be no problem to stop this plant, and he'll get off the defuse because OK State will take the round.
So this whole style of defense that we currently saw downstairs on Kitchen is designed to put the attackers in just about every mini-game scenario possible, where they're going to have to decide in a collective manner, where are we pushing first, what mini-game are we breaking down first. And for example, if you're pushing in through Bakery, well, you have an option of opening the other side of the Bakery wall. However, you have a smoke play in that position, so do you end up going for that challenge? Because if you full send through the double Bakery door like we saw the attackers do, well, they got gunned down as a result. All right, that side of the map kind of seems a little hot. Let's maybe rotate over to the VIP side. Well, we have one player in CodeCheck, and we have another player sitting over in Java. If we drone that out, we should be able to open up Meat Locker more or less easy. We can rotate over and then deal with CodeCheck. And now we have two members of the defensive roster over on the Bakery side of the map. We have one still off-site. Well, we can hold the staircases, and now we have to take our gunfight and win against that Maestro. You have to kind of break things down in bite-sized pieces. And obviously, it's easier said than done. I have the overhead view, so you can just say, oh, yeah, do this, boom, instead it falls like that. However, when you hear the moment, you're relying on drones, you're relying on information, and everybody has different information. They're also communicating different things, too, because the entire roster might be droning, certain members of that roster might be droning, and it kind of gets turned into a game of telephone. You say there's a bandit playing in this one position over in Bakery. All right, that's enough information. He's playing behind long. But he might say over towards a small Bakery side, but you don't have an exact information. It kind of gets, again, turned into that game of telephone.
Honestly, I love that comparison. I think it's one that I think really does indicate and provide a good idea of how that really does shake out time and time again. But it's round number 6, our focus now, and UCSD, if they continue the pattern, Chief, they will probably find a round here. But Konoma opening things off onto Room. The pick on, oh my, was that, I don't even know, was that onto the AC unit? He wall banged him.
He was pre-firing. He was pre-firing one of the east windows over at Cocktail Lounge to deal with what he said, the Frostman. And he got, well, GN as a result of it. So sucks to suck, man.
I guess so. Canola making it happen for Oklahoma State. Maybe that's exactly what they needed here to, well, prevent the pattern from continuing. The C4 from Slash, that's going to do that as well. Cutting down Pudgy Wudgy, and all of a sudden, you have lost a ton of your much-needed utility. You still have one breaching round, you have one frag grenade, but you still have the Pixel Shield, 2 shields, and Pixel and Bathroom to deal with. The long angle from Chow, though, is going to catch Konoma off guard, not aware of the white stairs window pressure, and that's going to be a kill for San Diego, but that's only one. They need a lot more to bring this back, especially given that the utility is lacking, and Hyena has eyes on the diffuser through the mini mirror window deployable shields that are now a critical part of this hold. Hyena, he's holding this down. He knows that they have to pick it up. He sees it disappear, but he'll actually never see the attacker who grabbed it. Excuse me. The headshot. Ooh, what a shot there from Chow. Goodbye, Hyena. It's going to be a 3v3.
Absolutely fried there. I was expecting Chow to actually upside down repel once again on White and re-challenge Pixel, but nonetheless, he doesn't need to do that. He can just win his gunfights over on the piano side. Well, the attackers are still going to have to deal with mini-games. They're also going to have to win their gunfights. Not checking towards the white stairs is going to cost their man count, but AG Meow is still alive, pushing towards Barback, collecting one. Challenging over on the Cocktail side as ill-advised, a Slash is still occupying the white side of the map. That's going to be a 4-2 split for Oklahoma State. It's a perfect position to be in, but honestly, UCSD had some phenomenal attacking rounds that were narrow losses. If they're able to convert that over to defense, I think UCSD converts this map into a championship victory.
I don't know. I mean, every time so far tonight, we have seen an advantage gained on that first half. It seems that the team who has that advantage at least continues it just a little bit. I mean, the story of Oregon, Chief, as I'm sure you remember, it was 4-2, and then Oklahoma State got 2 more rounds before deciding they didn't want to win the map at all. But ignoring that last detail, they are able to win on both sides of the coin. They've proved it, and so has UC San Diego. So,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
going
being
into
used by
this second
attackers.
split, honestly, the first round is going to characterize it. This is going to be the most critical round of the series so far, just because it's going to shape the pace of these next few. I mean, you've got, if Oklahoma State take this 5-2 on attack, and if they do it pretty cleanly, they're going to take this map. I'm going to call it here. But if UCSD can find a round equally cleanly, honestly, this one could go the distance, either in overtime on this one, or not. If UCSD can really go all the way, it's been so back and forth. There are so many little things that these teams are changing up
5 seconds
between
remaining.
defensive rounds here and there. But I've talked about this a couple times, Chief, that it really is coming down to a lot of those gunfights. And unfortunately on our side of things, our job is to provide you as much analysis as possible, to give you as much insight into why these teams are doing what they're doing. But sometimes we just can't figure it out. It just seems that the swing mentality is in full effect here. And on Cafe, of course, I mean, that is the name of the game. But right now it does seem that UC San Diego, they've got their work cut out for them. They've got to make this comeback, but it's something that they can absolutely do.
Hyena should probably be the one opening up the hatch since he is running that DMR after all. We're talking about DMR buffs earlier when we were discussing Blackbeard. And, well, DMRs have that option of just, I think, 3 tapping hatches. It's a great asset to have. It's going to force Slash to utilize 2 of his flat breaching charges. And sure, it doesn't matter at the end of the day since it is a execute on bar, but you never know how that utility is going to be utilized. Maybe you need the utility downstairs for reading room execute. Again, the opportunity cost utility is incredibly crucial. The attackers are actually struggling with this pixel hold. They need to start to expedite. They have now confirmed it once again with drone pressure, but it's going to be answered back by explosive utilities sooner rather than later. However, none of that utility is being met at all. Room being a nuisance that he is able to run out from the bottom of the garage, finding the offsite pressure and the upside down repel. It is not looking good for a Zofia Wilder.
The nades are going to roll on through, at least from Hyena, and that is going to remove at least one of those Vulcan shields from play. The other one is here down Whitehall at Planks. Cryonax is now going to be allowed to use that and hold this nasty pixel angle over on towards that piano door. You've also got another deployable shield. No frost this time, but you do have Pudgy Wudgy on the smoke holding down that freezer area. Room is below. He still has a C4 in his hand, but the opportunity has just been missed with the Nomad Konoma walking on across. Hyena nearly spots him out. Oh my goodness, and a free headshot is delivered because Room is going to walk straight on in to the DMR pre-fire. That's going to neutralize the count at a 4v4, but the pixel shield, or not the pixel shield, excuse me, this shield down in Whitehall has not been dealt with, nor has this freezer shield. Now it will finally be opened with a Selma charge. But the progress from Oklahoma State is slow, and with Pudgy Wudgy getting one, Cryonax another, things are looking brutal. Hyena is in the middle of the bomb site. How did he get there? Chow is gonna kill him and gonna shut that on down, but the Dokkaebi going for the interesting take, it's not gonna pay off.
So that was a full send execute. And Oklahoma State realized that they hadn't accomplished any of their goals, and the only thing they had to do was win their gunfights. You want to talk about swung or be swung? How about, just drop the skylight and just prone? Not quite the same thing. It doesn't have the same impact. And also, we knew where Pudgy Wudgy was. He was over on Barback. There's really nowhere for him to go. He's isolated there. He's going to get slammed from vertical. because again, we have Hyena playing that angle with the DMR. If he swings over towards the new hatch, well, he should be gunned on down. And Zofia also, well, it wasn't Zofia, it was actually the ace in that position, has the option of also swinging in that position.
Defenders,
So
protect your
multiple
bomb
gun
from
barrels
being defused
should
by
be able to
an
lock, Pudgy Wudgy down. They didn't. They allowed him to go for a swing and able to collect two. You need to be prepared for that. You need to be able to shut that on down. And as a result, it's one step closer to a tied match. We're going to be going over to tertiary bomb site instead, and it's also going to be a unique operator pick. We see the Clash.
The Clash pick is coming out. We actually saw a Clash ban on Oregon. Neither of these teams really wanted to deal with the possibility of this quite annoying brick wall operator coming out. And it is interesting to see. I usually talk about shield picks, Monty and Clash alike, as quite hit or miss. The reasoning is obviously if you've got a strong player on the shield operator and you've got a team willing to play off that shield, really working their hardest to save the life of the Monty or the Clash, it can very much work out well for you, and it can shape the pace of the round, force the attackers or defenders, depending on the situation, in this case the attackers, to add another step to their checklist, to waste so much more time. And a Clash can gain so much intel as well. You slap a Clash in front of a doorway, Z-pings can come out, calls will come out, you'll know exactly where the attackers are pushing, and especially on this top floor, when there are two C4s in pocket, that could be seriously quite huge. Pudgy Wudgy is going to get quite a bit of damage dealt to him here. The Nomad, that's Konoma, once again on this cocktail window, is persisting with this pressure. In the meantime, Slash will find the crossfire onto Cocktail and will remove Room. Seems that they were so distracted by Konoma that they ignored to deal with the actual top floor pressure. Inception is gonna find another, removing AG Meow from play, and the repellent from Cocktail is found. Chow's gonna have to go for the miracle play. He's gonna do the 360, but he's gonna get bopped in the nose by Konoma, and all of a sudden it's a 5v2 for Oklahoma State.
You don't want to be here, and HP advantage is also looking very bad for UCSD. Pudgy Wudgy is on the one shot below 25 HP, and everybody's going to start to get droned out. The bomb's going to go down momentarily once they actually understand where the defense is playing, but you also have the option of still utilizing that Sure, you don't have a sludge in play since you brought out the Dokkaebi instead, but you can still utilize the pocket shock and the slash. Holes are going to be opened up in the northmost wall, and that's going to put the defenders in an even worse position. Starting to go for the swing, Pudgy Wudgy now falls. Now 1v5. Holes being ripped all around. Hyena's going to take a little bit of damage. A sprint challenge to the wall was ill-advised, but Hyena eventually finds the kill for the season's end.
Oklahoma State pulling it out on this tertiary bomb site attack, keeping that round differential firmly in their favor. That was a successful attack, really characterized by some early picks. Turns out that the very hit or miss Clash pick that I mentioned was, well, quite a miss for San Diego. It really was a complete disaster, to be blunt. Both of those top floor picks that came on down, the White Stairs player and the player in Cocktail, were so busy, whether staring at the back of Clash's bald head or paying attention to something else, they just got cut down from elsewhere. They were not aware, the information was not there, and just something just was really off with that top floor hold. I think they would have been much better off with simply a deployable shield and a Wamai or a Jaeger or somebody to just lock down that Cocktail side. Even bring a castle. Honestly, all of these picks would have been a lot more favorable to someone like a Clash. And obviously, going back to the same bomb site again, it does seem that San Diego will not be making the same mistake twice. They're going to bring the Vigil instead, opting for that possible roam annoyance, the ability to be invisible to those drones. Often we'll see a Vigil on this top floor hold. He can be that Cocktail player, and he can honestly just bounce around and be elusive, and you'll never know which exact position you need to pre-fire. On the contrary, he can just go for the rat play in the basement.
The problem is, he was just spotted over in VIP. There's a pre-staged drone, so they know that he's somewhere down here, and he's going to be sitting in Bakery. Honestly, the last time we saw a play like that, it was Slash doing whatever he did back in round one. These hyper-aggressive plays are just something that you can't consistently do. Oh, please don't tell me that you're going to be running out this door. Oh, he absolutely is. He'll find one, maybe. Yes, he will. Attempting on the second one. A lot of HP being dealt. Inception now on below 25 HP. Inception has also been on the struggle bus this series, now sitting at 7-1. At least he found the impact frag, but Room is just creating chaos, and also Hyena, the top frag, is now dead, as well as the two Doki calls.
Well, it's going to be a bit backwards, at least from the previous round. And maybe that's exactly what this top floor hold needs. Chow is, again, going to take a bit of damage. It seems that they just cannot deal with simply a player on this east side rappel. Konoma, again, on that hold. Slash looking to provide the crossfire with his teammate, looking towards Cocktail from planks. And wow, a great shot there. The smoke was busy wielding that toxic canister and had too much in his hand, literally, to shoot back. It's going to neutralize the man count here, and removing the smoke is pretty big. You don't usually use the smoke on that top floor hold, especially because what just happened can happen, and it does happen often. Eventually, the top floor pressure is going to be cleared out, and that plant denial operator can be so crucial for later. The C4 is going to toss on up, and it will find its target. True. Inception is gone. Chow, but the SMG-11 will find another onto Slash. The vertical play backfiring hugely for Oklahoma State. It's all up to Cosmic and Konoma.
Yeah, it seems like back and forth between these teams where everybody just has a large man advantage because everybody just wants to take gunfights. And sure, you have the top floor. Good on you guys, but what are you guys going to be able to do with that? You have no explosive utility. You're not going to be able to remove the floor away from the defenders, and whatever has already been made is going to stay that way. You're going to have to push together Fatal Funneling through a door frame. You can also go for a laundry drop. Room is going to be waiting for you when you do so you can say hello to when you go for that, or you can go down the white stairs. You're going to find yourself in also more utility, as there could be barbed wire as well as the Lucy bubbles. It is going to be a white stairs push, making a large audio cue for the drop. Room finds one. He looks to the right direction, but doesn't actually connect, and it's going to be a Hail Mary shotgun land to the face, as Konoma will also go down. UCSD, they were unsuccessful in their first reading room hold, but now successful.
Well, it's back and forth again. This time San Diego finding the success on reading room, and well, Chow is putting down the law. He's laying down the law. He's declaring it was not BM. He's just bad at the game. And while that may be the case, doesn't seem to be, at least for that round. You've got Chow, who has 11 kills, as clearly highlighted by our wonderful observer Max. And you've got Hyena, who's at 10, and he is insisting on the Dokkaebi. This is perplexing. I don't know what's going on here. I guess the absence of a Blackbeard is so much to confuse this Oklahoma State attack on Cafe that they have to pull out the Dokkaebi pick. Obviously, I understand the information that you can gain from that, and you have the nades as well, but why not just bring a sledge? You've got nades, and you've got a breaching hammer, especially when Kitchen is a viable bomb site here that San Diego could be going to. Not bringing a sledge is a risky decision, especially in favor of the Dokkaebi. Chief, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, what blows my mind is we actually saw a sledge at one point. He was shown in the reveal phase and 6 picked into the IQ. Not the first time that we've seen this today, but at least the G8 is here, and unlike that terrible commando. Room, you just did a run out the last time. There's no way this is successful. He actually saw one. Oh no, you could have pulled the trigger, but I guess his life hasn't been forfeit, so that's a plus, but he's still gonna have to tone down his progression. You cannot be swinging for the fences constantly, because eventually Oklahoma State is going to read into that. And well, they have been able to read into their aggression. We go back to map 3, which was Clubhouse. It was lost because UCSD just wanted to just be, well, frag heavy monsters.
Well, Room is, again, elusive and attempting another jump out. He has the white stairs window prepped, and he taps that space bar, and he gets a kill onto Inception. Inception is now looking into that east side cocktail window. And Room is going to make the interesting choice to destroy that drone, although he did go unnoticed. Inception, though, he doesn't seem bothered. He's not going to pay attention to the possible run out, and Room is going to get the kill. A good run out, a brilliant decision. I'm not sure where the comms were for OK State. They had a drone on the vigil, or at least they saw him. At least they saw that pressure there. They need to capitalize on that. Slash will do so, removing at least one. That's Cryonax, the next player to be cut down, and that's going to change things around into a 4v4. Room still a factor, but he'll be more something dealing with later in the round. He's just going to be lurking on white stairs for the time being. Pudgy Wudgy, he's contesting this piano push. He's utilizing those toxic babes well. He's stalling out this push. We can hear the phone call of the Dokkaebi ringing on in, but that is going to be soon to be not much of a problem. Again, there was no capitalizing on that information. An interesting pick, to say the least. Of course, you bring the nades. You've got the chance to force out Pudgy Wudgy here. The flashes are going to come in. The wall's going to be opened wide, and Pudgy Wudgy's going to be caught out. The swing is there from Konoma, but Pudgy Wudgy is actually going to escape that grisly fate. It's still a 4v4, and the attackers honestly have quite a bit of time to work with.
That's a huge mistake by Oklahoma State. The fact that Pudgy Wudgy was allowed to rotate safely, that's just unacceptable. You cannot be able to make a mistake like that. He was stuck in a crossfire. There's nowhere for him to go other than a suicide vault, but not punished for it. Now Room is going to put himself in a great position. As he just walks back in the bathroom, it's going to be a smoke plant. Slash is going to have to cover against 4. But he is being tamed as well as being spotted by everything underneath the sun. It is a post plant 1v4. So Cosmic is going to have to defend against a lot of angry defenders. An air jab will gift him a kill, as well as another one. Everybody's just pushing into Cosmic. He finds 4, unable to find the last one though. He found 3, unable to find the last 4. Oh, that was quite a showing right there. Pudgy Wudgy saved his team. Oh, wipe the sweat off your brow, my friend.
Cosmic is the 1v1 god, after all, but not the 1v4 god, maybe. A brilliant attempt, though, from the ace. That is definitely a certainty. But it will be San Diego who pulls out the round. And not only that, Chief, but they have neutralized the advantage, sitting at 5-5 now. We're going into overtime. We're over at least to the further rounds of this defensive half. Only 2 more rounds in regulation. And this is that time for predictions, Chief. Obviously, the caster curse is a thing. We don't want to go too crazy. But what do you think is going to shape out now? Obviously, Oklahoma State have had some successful attacks, but more recently so, San Diego have found their groove. What do you think?
Honestly, the way that UCSD is playing, I think they're still going to be able to win. Obviously, Oklahoma State is taking this tactical timeout because they want to identify what is going wrong with them, and it's just shutting down aggression. But I don't know if they're going to be capable of doing that because they don't have a good coverage of drones. Now, sure, that could be the adaptation that they're making. And also, in their defense, since we've just won bar, well, what bomb site are we going to go to? Well, Reading Room is most likely next since we've seen it once before. And that means the tertiary bomb site, kitchen, or maybe mining and dining is going to come out. We don't know what this final bomb site is for UCSD. And that also means Oklahoma State doesn't know what that final bomb site is. So they're going to have to do their homework in the next, 60 seconds. I guess less than 60 seconds.
Well, just wrote 1 round ago. Didn't we see Reading Room just before we saw Bar, and it was a defense?
Yeah, we've seen Bar and Reading Room. Reading Room has been bought out twice. Successful victory in round 9.
So then we're going to see Kitchen next guaranteed, right?
Correct. Actually, yes, you're correct. So Kitchen is coming up next. Or I guess we could bring out mining and dining. But, I mean, honestly, the Wichita Wolves has been quite successful on mining and dining. So it's
usually you bring that one out in favor of Bar, though, don't you?
It depends. It depends if you want to bring it out in favor of Reading. Actually, so the way Wichita Wolves use it, they bring it out in favor of Bar because they don't want to go to Bar. So
right. Ape, I'm pretty sure Ape does that as well. They ignore Bar completely and they go for Kitchen first, Reading Room second, mining third. At least last time I got to cast them playing. But honestly, it really does come down to team personal preference and your ability to lock down that top floor. Some teams just prefer to do that straight cocktail hold, which is part of your Reading Room and mining defense, and you don't have to extend all the way to that piano side because teams have gotten so much better in clearing out Pixel, in part because of practice, but also in a large part because of the changes to Jaeger and the changes to Wamai. So we're not going to see that top floor, though. We are going to see Kitchen next. It's going to be this very vertically focused bomb site. At least that second floor vertical play is going to be critical. And we saw a lot of top-down takes from San Diego going into their, at least on their attacking half. But Chief,
Many bombs as they can.
we are going to be bringing out the Clash again.
And it's Room on the Clash. I mean, the top frag in the lobby is playing Clash. That's something that you don't actually see every day. He is, sure, playing the flex operator, right? If I need a 6-pick operator, you're going to be the one in charge with it. You need to be, every operator in the sun he's capable of playing. Ironically, the same thing can be said for Hyena. He's also playing now on the primary entry role, but he's also just, whatever operator needs to be brought out, he is the one tasked with bringing that out. But what I also love about round 11 is it guarantees the fact that we will see somebody at match point. Inception, your drone has been spotted out. Oh, they're saying hello to each other. Unfortunately, Room is a meanie person and destroyed that poor drone. Drones have feelings,
And, well, the drone economy is not feeling too good for Oklahoma State. They lost 2 drones. That's not ideal in the grand scheme of things. But as they start things off, they will soon realize what they're dealing with, and they're not going to need a drone to do so. You're going to be staring down a Clash in just a moment when you go for this top-down approach. Room is just the mobile Clash, really. Usually we'll see a Clash commit to one position or another. Maybe in this case you could think Bakery for one, maybe VIP for another, but this time it's going to be somewhat of a really mining hold in a fireplace hall and train room hold. This is actually quite a bit of utility being devoted to this. You've got your Mute Mozzie information denial wombo combo. That's also going to be a factor. We have seen this from a couple of teams before. Normally you reinforce the east side wall facing the white stairs, but that's not going to be reinforced. I guess Clash is sort of a reinforcement in this case. You can just slap the Clash in front of the wall, but this is a very dangerous position. If the Clash can get caught out in the crossfire, even in fireplace itself, we can see right now a wall bang from that white stairs could be huge. Hyena is going to narrowly avoid the first mute jammer and try to identify exactly what they're dealing with here. But this brilliant time waste strategy has already proven successful. A good shot there from AG Meow, cutting down Slash. That is going to improve their chances even more. Here comes Cryonax. He's going to walk up the brown stairs, cut down one. He'll go for the double kill, cutting down Inception as well. This strategy has worked out perfectly, so much so that Cryonax is tired of his teammate. Goodbye, Mozzie, as the Mozzie will be cut down by Cryonax there, and it's going to be a 2v4.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot your teammates. You want to shoot the enemies sprinting down the stairs. That was just a dumb play, and unfortunate him. Mute has now failed. But Room is still alive. The man with the counterintelligence and the man with the shield that walks around the map tasing you into oblivion. He's going to be playing a vertical angle with the Clash shield. I don't think I've ever seen that before. But when the Heart of Breach Gadgetry of Cosmic does go off, he's going to be faced with a Pocket F2. So it's still going to be something that'll work out well for UCSD. Particularly that man advantage will probably work out better. The attackers of OK State have expanded themselves a little bit too much. Pocket F2 finds it. There we go. Hyena's now down. It's going to be the vault in through Meat Locker. Cosmic is playing super aggressive. He's going to start to put the bomb down. There's explosive utilities, particularly Pudgy Wudgy's explosive. That doesn't matter though. The steel cold knife as it enters in Cosmic is enough to end the day. Match point, series point, championship point in favor of the Southern Californians.
Oh man, it has come down to this. UCSD looking good as always. Their gun skill clearly shining, and that time really their strategy was the greatest thing that we've seen so far in terms of overall strat and the impact it made on the round. Of course, it wasn't just the Clash. It was the fact that the Clash was supported by a Mozzie in Reading Room, and then the Mozzie in turn was supported by a Jaeger on Brown Stairs. And while this isn't probably an impenetrable strategy, if it's unknown, if you're pulling out kind of this unknown element that an attacking team who probably hasn't had much in terms of VOD to review or counter strat on you, it's often going to work out. That element of surprise can be huge, especially if your gun skill is spicy, if you're feeling confident, clearly like Chow Room and really much everyone on this team is at the moment. And, well, it worked out well. It worked out very, very well. The clash play, it worked out. They provided the intel, even with a team kill. It just didn't seem to matter. So, San Diego here. They are looking to close this one out right now. But Oklahoma State, in typical Oklahoma State fashion, love to make these comebacks and love to make us to wet it out until the bitter end. But this is not the typical Oklahoma State we've seen, Chief. This is one that is struggling to get a foothold on a map that they could generally be so successful on. We're going to have to see them really tidy it up and polish their act and honestly capitalize on the aggression that we are likely going to see from San Diego.
I'm kind of disappointed, in all honesty, not to see the clash in play. But we're going to see another operator designed at, well, delaying access to lanes of the map. That is going to be the Melusi. She has 3 of those wub-wubs that she places throughout the map. And to basically turn everything into a nice disco hall, making a ton of audible noise for the defenders to swing and throw their utility back in your face. We're also going to see a pulse in play, utilizing those built-in wall hacks, trying to find the heartbeat of any members of Oklahoma State. And that will alert members of UCSD that there are pressure over by the piano side of the map. The attackers have taken control relatively quickly, but they have to be careful that Nitrocell doesn't collect them.
With 1 minute burned, take a look at the progress that Oklahoma State have made. They've got boots on the ground. They've got that first step done, but they haven't quite cleared out Cocktail. A frag grenade going to be wasted by an ADS. No utility burn before that. You still have this player holding this, using those toxic babes. That's Pudgy Wudgy. He's got an M590 and he's got a deployable shield. He's happily going to sit on behind, and any kill he could find here, or if he could delay 30 more seconds off the clock, this could be big. But the utility dump is there. So is the frag, and that's going to be the end of the smoke. But a C4 from below, that's big. It's going to remove Hyena, despite Slash finding one. The man advantage will now be neutralized. Chow, he's providing all the intel. He does also have a C4. It's going to be tossed on up, but it will connect. It's going to get the Nomad. Goodbye, Kanoma. Now a 3v4, the vertical play beginning, but 1 minute is all that remains. Oklahoma State, they need to get aggressive here. They need to start to get this control mounting and at least determine if if Pillars is clear to take. They're going to probably go for an execute shortly, but with Cryonex finding another onto Inception, it's not looking too good.
All the best operators of Oklahoma State are now down. It's a 1v4, forced on Cosmic and Clutch. He's found one, a nice headshot, but he's gonna have to find more. Spotting out the bullet holes, another one goes in his favor. Everybody's driving him. He has a Kuma in his pocket. He has everything that's taking damage. Stuck in the Melusi, one taking damage from all possible angles, but a flick from the 180 degrees. Cosmic still needs to remove that goo mine, or he's about to die. A perfect opportunity for the Swing to come on through, but it hasn't happened. It's a jack and a pop for Cryonex, and UCSD find themselves as the champion. They are the underdogs here today, but they are the victors now.
An incredible way to finish out the season from this underdog team. A 3-1 regular season. They looked so good, but coming into the playoffs at the 14th seed, nobody expected them to come this far. The Triton Siege Legends, they will regain their Season 1 title as your Open League champions. Looking clean, and they will be successful here today. Oklahoma State not able to maintain that coordination that they had in map 2, not able to bring it out, not able to defend their title. The frag heaviness, the gunplay, simply the persistence and aggression that San Diego brought to the table, it was too much at the end of the day.
And also, it's important to note, I don't like calling out individuals for, not funding the scoreboard, but you do have to frag. At a certain point, you can't have secondary entries just struggling. And honestly, throughout the series, we found individuals who were just playing lights out. They were constantly funding the scoreboard more than anybody else on their team. And at the end of the day, UCSD, well, they had more of those rounds. They had more of those games. And, a 3-1 is still a great showing. Oklahoma State played well. And, it's going to be a 3-week offseason for them. And I can promise you, they're going to come back fired up from this. And this is going to be an opportunity for them to show that, we deserve to play in CR6 and we deserve to be a champion. But today and this season, they're only considered the runner-up.
But you gotta give it up to San Diego. I mean, to complete their underdog run in the style that they just did, taking down probably they were like a handful of teams favored to go all the way in the Open League. Spoiler alert: San Diego was not one of them. But it just doesn't seem to matter. They took down Boston. That was a big 2-seed victory in the semifinals. And honestly, some people thought that one was a bit scuffed, that one really did not show Boston's full potential, and San Diego could not have won that match. But they did. And then they proved to all of their doubters that they could absolutely finish things off. They took this one. And honestly, it really was. It's great to see an underdog story come to completion like that.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, maybe I was kind of biased for this, hoping that, as a Southern California boy myself would, have a Southern California team win. Akron, on the other side of the country, as much as I love the IMAT team, just don't have a home base over there. So I can now say at least a team that is somewhat close to me was able to take the victory. And we're just waiting on some members of San Diego to pop on in here and, well, help celebrate that victory, because I'm sure they're pumped up. They just, after all, earn $450 for being crowned the champions. Runner-ups do get $200. Nothing to scoff at, but definitely enough to add to that beer fund.
Yeah, we are going to wait on these players, and actually we will be taking a brief break while we get everyone in here. We're looking to get as many people of the team as we can. We want to see that whole team celebrate, so we'll try to get that to you. Stick with us. Super quick break. We'll be right back.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out tonight. We gonna let it out tonight. We gonna let it out just like the sunrise. We gonna let it out. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here with our interviewees, our champions of the Open League. It's UC San Diego. First of all, gentlemen, how are you feeling after that victory?
To tell you the truth, we're over the moon. It has been quite a long season, and that best of five. After tonight, I think we all are gonna celebrate a little bit. I think we've earned it.
Absolutely. The underdog story completed. Cryonax, I'll throw this one to you. I mean, coming into this matchup against Oklahoma State, a team that was favored to go all the way and probably favored to actually beat you guys tonight. How much preparation for this matchup did you do, or were you simply going to just fall back on your gun skill and just win it out at the end of the day?
We prepared a bit. We made some changes. Like normally, I'm on the hard breach roll. They put me on like a flex roll today, and I think it worked out pretty good. Pretty good for us.
Mhm.
Other than that, we were pretty busy this last week, so we didn't prepare all that much. To be completely honest with you.
All right. Well, is there one thing? I'll throw this one over to Pudgy Wudgy. Is there one thing that you thought was the critical element that you guys capitalized on to take this win?
Mainly it's just we were playing more as a team than usual. I feel like
Mhm.
because, for example, like this was a best of five, and yeah, we were just clicking together today. Like there was, for example, on map three on Clubhouse, the only reason why we didn't win it is because we try to bite off more than we can chew. But other than that, we're satisfied with it every single other map.
Fantastic. Well, Chief, I'll throw it over to you.
So we'd constantly see these aggressive plays. Now I know Room is currently not with us, but were those plays where he was flying out windows or making runouts, were those based off information? Were those predetermined strategies, or were they just, calls in the heat of the moment?
So whenever he jumped out, he always did it based on RQ. Uh, when we were starting off strong, but when we noticed our pre-made strats, like they were just outgunning us. We our strats were not working, so Ray just told us like, all right, screw the strat. I'm just going to play visual. I'm going to play a gun, and just tell me what I need. And we just let him loose, and my it paid off dividends. We just
So you're talking about that macro strategy. Is that why he would end up hopping back on Clash towards the end of Cafe?
Uh, so for the five players on our team, three of us are pretty set in stone with what we play. We play the strat, we play the support, and specifically Pudgy and Room Room. They are flexible. They will do what they need. They can play the
Yeah.
whole spectrum, and we just leave it to their own devices.
And finally, just a generalized question. What do you think led this series to going to be, well, these big, grandiose, flashy plays where individuals would start to shine, whether it's Room or your opponents, where you just rack up the kills?
Um, well, funny thing, when we started this season, we were just playing for fun. We didn't really strat. We were just a team of gunners. But halfway through, after we lost our only loss this season against Simon Fraser, like we kicked into gear. We talked. We spent lots of times talking about what every player's strengths and weaknesses are, what they like to play. We started getting really, really strat heavy, and we kept that strong all the way up to the finals. And I'm just proud and really admire the amount of effort my team has put into achieving this win.
Well said, my friend. Well, the spotlight is now yours. Shout out your university. Give yourself some love. Everybody that helped you achieve this championship victory, make sure they're highlighted here and now.
Uh, for specific shoutouts, I want to shout out UCI. There are other UCs, but we talk to UCI a lot. There are great scrim partners. Shout out to Tulsa. There are boys that we chill a lot with, and pretty much our university. Thank you for basically having a gaming org for all of us to meet together, and all our supporters and whoever you might be. There's I can't even begin to thank everyone for supporting us getting here today. So we're just really grateful for this point right now.
Perfect. Well said, my friends. Well, I'm going to let you go back to celebrating and enjoying that $450 You guys definitely earned it. But, Jonah, I
Yes,
think
sir.
CR6 is now over. It has been quite a season, but we're going to have to start to wrap things up in that nice, neat bow.
Yeah, that is going to do it for the winter 2020 season. We've got a couple of relegation matches going for Invite, of course, coming up in Season 6, but really all of our attention and efforts are going to be prepping Season 6 and making that a season to remember. Of course, reminder, you've got about 45 minutes to sign up if you haven't done so quite yet. Get your team in there. 128 teams, $10,000 prize pool, and we got some surprises along the way as well. If this winter 2020 season was any indicator of the level of competition, tomfoolery, shenanigans, absolute fun we can have in Season 6, I mean, Chief, I think we're in for a fantastic time. But that is going to wrap it up here. I have been Jays Wills, Chief. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you. CDC, our producer in the booth. We got Max observing tonight. And of course, we want to thank all of our production staff, casters, observers, and the man himself, Tango Mango Down, for helping us put on an amazing show in this entire season. And we can't wait to bring it to you in Season 6. But until then, have a fantastic rest of your weekend.